Hello guys, welcome to my YouTube channel. My name is Kobe and this is SkyTech Digital. Now in this video, we're going to make this construction website as you see over here. So join me as we make this construction website. Now this website is made with WordPress and Elementor. So I'm going to show you how I made this website step by step, and we are all going to create this website together. So first of all, before we create the website, I want to take you through how the website looks like, and if you have a project or if you have any client that you want have to create a construction website for, you can be able to follow this tutorial step by step and then be able to create this website that you see over here. So first of all, we have the hero how do you call it, the header over here. So we have the header over here, as you can see over here, the header with the logo, and then we also have this navigation over here, and then a button over here, and then we also have this top header also over here, and then we have the hero section also over here. So from the hero section we go down to this small feature section over here, which you can use to showcase anything that you want to showcase. And then we also have this section over here, which is more or less like an about section over here. Then we come to this section, also some small feature section over here that you can be able to use also to showcase whatever thing that you want to showcase. And then when you scroll down, you also have this project showcase section over here. You can showcase all kinds of projects that you want to showcase also over here. And then when you scroll down, we have the services section. You can list some few services that you offer also on your homepage. Then when you come over here, this is basically environmental responsible kind of section, like sustainability section also over here, just to tell your clients how sustainable your buildings or your construction things are. And then when you come over here, we have the client testimonials also over here, and then we have the blog section also over here. And then when you scroll down, we have this call to action also over here. So this particular website is fully designed, not using any template. It's just fully designed, but we have the template of this particular one over here, and it's on templateseller.com. If you want it, you can go over there and then you look for the outline construction template, and you can get the same thing over here if you don't want to design it yourself. But of course, we're going to design it step by step so you can be able to follow along if you don't want to get a template. So we also have the about page, or the about us page also over here. So as you can see, this is a simple about us page, which have the theme. Also over here we also have the call to action, the same call to action that we had on the home page, also on the about page. So this is just a simple about page talking about the outline construction or your company that you want to talk about over here. And then we have the theme section also over here. And then when you go on, we have the services section, or the services page. So the services page also consists of all the services that you offer also over here. And then we also have single services pages also over here. So we have the construction page, we have the architectural design page, we have all the other pages also included, all the services pages also included over here, single service pages. And then we have the project page also. So this one talks about all your projects that you offer or you have done. So all the project, past project and incoming projects that you are embarking on. So as you can see, we have residential projects, we have commercial project also over here, we have the renovation project, and then we have engineering also project. So you can have all your projects also over here. And then when you scroll down, we have the call to action also over here. Now we also have the blog page. So on the blog page, we have all the blogs that you've written on your website will come over here. And then we have the contact page also over here. So basically, this is a simple contact page which you can have on your website. And then we also have the get a quote page also over here, so you can use this to receive quotes from your client. So basically, this is how the website looks like. It's very simple, very easy to design. And then we also have the footer also over here. So as you can see, this is how the footer looks like, and it was created and designed by Kadence Digital over here. Basically, that is how the website looks like, and this is just an intro to the website. Now we're going to go ahead and design the website step by step. So if you are ready, please don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Let's grow together. Okay, so please, I know a lot of people watch the channel without subscribing. Please don't do that. Subscribe to the channel, and we will give you all the content about WordPress designing and stuff, Elementor, and a whole lot of stuff that you really need. So let's go ahead and design this powerful website step by step. Alright guys, so to be able to create this amazing website, the construction website that I showed you just now, what we have to do is to get two things. So we need to get domain name, and then we need to get hosting. Okay, so you get yourself a domain name and a hosting. I'm going to put you through how you can be able to get a domain name and hosting. I'm not going to take you through the deep process, but I'm going to take you through where you can find domain name and hosting, cheap domain name and hosting. So just open your browser over here, and then just type in kitechdigital.com/namecheap. Okay, so just go over there and hit enter. Now once you hit enter, it's going to open the page whereby you have to just verify you are human, and then go ahead to get to the main page that we are talking about. So over there you can be able to get the domain name, and then you can be able to get hosting also over there. So you're going to go over here, and then over here all what you need to do is type the domain name you are looking for. So if it is any kind of domain name that you want, just type it over here. So let's say I want a website name called maybe Arcline construction or something. Let's just say arclineconstruction.com. Okay, I'll just enter it over here, and then click on the search over here, and then over here it's going to search, and then let me know whether the domain name is available. If it is not available, I have to go ahead and then search for a different name. So as you can see, this is already taken. So all what I need to do is to add something to it, and then to see if it is still available. So this one is available. I just added GH to it so that it will make it different. Okay, so this one is available. So what I'll do is I'll just click on add over here to cart. So it's gonna be added to cart. Now don't do nothing over here. All what I need to do is to go to under hosting over here, hover on hosting, click on shared hosting over here, and then over here just select the hosting packages over here. So I'm going to select this particular hosting package. So this first one, because my website is a small website, so I don't need big hosting. So as you can see, total I'm not even going to pay more than $50. So this is what 33, the domain name and then the hosting, and then you can click all to add to cart, and then you are good to go. Just go ahead and go through the purchase process over here and confirm your order and everything, and then you'll be able to get your hosting. And now I already have my hosting and domain name, and I've already installed WordPress on it. So you also have to go ahead and install WordPress on your domain name. I've already done that because I don't want the tutorial to be long and other stuff. Okay, so if you want to learn how to install WordPress on your domain, I will leave a link in the description for you, and then you can be able to go over there. But once you get your domain name and then your hosting, you can strictly go ahead, log into your cPanel, and then be able to install WordPress free of charge on your domain. So once I'm done with it, now I have installed WordPress on my domain, as you can see over here, and I have WordPress over here. So this is newly installed WordPress. For those of you who aren't familiar with WordPress, this is how the backend looks like, And if you go to the front end over here, you're gonna see that there is nothing over here. Okay, so there's nothing over here, just as a newly installed WordPress, that I'm going to take you through how you can be able to, just do some few settings and then start creating your website. So as you can see over here, on the left hand side we have the menus and other stuff over here, and then on this side is the page where all the things that if you click on any menu item, it shows you the page over here. Okay, so basically that is it. Now first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to go to settings over here, go to general settings. We have to do some few settings. Make sure that your website name is correct, your tagline is there, you set your icon and other stuff, do all those kind of stuff with it. So I'm going to just say this is what arc line. So this is arc line over here, and then arc line construction. Let me just say construction, arc line construction over here. And let's see what the tagline says: designing, building, and delivering. So I'm going to say designing, building, and then delivering. Okay, so designing, building, and delivering. So this is it. Now if you have a site icon, you have to put it over here. Now the site icon is what is showing over here. Okay, it is not necessarily your logo, but something that represents your website, and it's supposed to be in kind of like a square size. Okay, so as you can see, 512 by 512 pixels over here. So you have to make sure that you have it, and then it will show on the browser over here. And then your URL, make sure that the site URL and the WordPress URL are the same. Okay, and then your administrative email, you can decide to change it or use the same thing. Now if it is a membership site, you have to enable this one. Any new user who sign up, you assign a role for the person, your language, time zone, date, format, and all those things. If everything is correct, just click over here to save the changes. All right, so now that this one is done, now what we're going to do is we're going to go under permalinks over here. So first of all, make sure that you change your permalink structure from whatever it is, and then make sure it is post name. Okay, so post name is very good for SEO, and then you have to make sure that you have that one done over there, so that any page or any post that you create will have the website name slash the post name or the page name. Okay, that is basically it. And then you can go under reading, we'll sort all those things out. But basically this is all the few settings that we're going to do. And for reading, we're going to come back to it later on when we create pages and all those things. So now that we have this one done, now what we're going to do is we're going to install a theme, and then some plugins that we're going to use. Now note that in WordPress website you need a theme. Okay, you need a theme. Now what themes are is just basically the building blocks of every new WordPress website. Okay, so you need the theme to be able to structure your content and other stuff well. Okay, and that is what themes basically do. So make sure that you pick a theme that you can be able to customize it well, and then also make it your own. Okay, make it your own. Now the theme that we are going to use is called the Kadence theme. Okay, that is what we are building our website on, the Kadence theme. Now if you hover on appearance over here, you can click on themes over here, and you're gonna see all the themes installed on your website. And as you can see, I have the 2025 theme, which is a default WordPress theme over here. Now what I will do is I'll click on add theme over here, and then if I have a theme that I have already downloaded on the internet or somewhere else, I'll just click on upload to upload a file over here. But if I don't have a theme, I will just search over here for the right theme that I want. Now like I told you, we're going to install the Kadence theme, and it's one of the popular themes on WordPress. So when you scroll down over here, you see that the Kadence theme is right over here. So just click on install. Now if you don't find it over here, just come over here and then search for Kadence. Okay, so Kadence, 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 and you're gonna find this particular one. So click on it, click on the install, and then go ahead to click on activate to activate the theme. All right, so once it is installed, we click to activate the theme. Okay, so as you can see over here, this is how it looks like. We have a new theme over here. So when we come over here and refresh the website, let's look at how the website now looks like. See, this is how it looks like. Now we have a different theme. So the look and feel has changed because a different theme has taken over the website. So we can be able to customize this one and then create pages using Elementor also. So talking about Elementor, it is a page builder that we're going to use to create all our pages on this particular website. Now if you look at this website, we have the home page, we have the about page, we have services pages, and then we have project page, we have blog, and then we also have contact page. And then let's look at over here, we also have the get a quote page also. So all these pages we're going to use Elementor to be able to create most of them, and then some of them are default pages like the blog page and all those things. We don't need to create even though we need to create a page for it, but we're not going to design it. Okay, so that is it. So what we are going to do over here is to go to install a theme, that is the page builder that we're going to use to create all those pages. We have to install this particular plugin. Okay, and that plugin is called the Elementor page builder or Elementor plugin. So hover on plugins over here and then click on add plugin. All right, so you can either go under popular over here and you are going to see Elementor website builder over here, and that is what we're going to install. So we're going to click on install now to install Elementor. All right, so now that we have Elementor installed, once we are over here, let's install all the plugins that we're going to use to create the website. All right, so the plugins that we're going to install, I'm going to show you all the plugins that we're going to install. So these are the plugins that we will install on the WordPress on this particular website. So we're going to use the Elementor Skit Lite, Element Skit Lite, Essential Add-ons for Elementor, Forminator, Ultimate Add-ons for Elementor, and then WordPress. So we will install all these plugins to help us be able to create the kind of website that we want. Now this are all add-ons for Elementor. Okay, so Element Kit Lite, Essential Add-ons, and then Ultimate Add-ons. These are all add-ons for Elementor, and this one, Forminator, is used for creating form, and this one is a security plugin which helps protect the website. So make sure that you always have this security plugin installed on your website. So these are the plugins that we use, and then like I said, we are using the Kadence theme, and then the colors also, these are the colors that we're going to use, and then the font, these are the fonts that we will use. So as you can see, you're going to use the inter font for the base font, and also use the Montserrat for headings. Okay, so these are the all the tools that we're going to use to create this amazing website as you have. So let's go ahead and then install the Element Kit. So I'm going to go ahead to install Element Kit Lite. So this is it. So I'm going to just click on it to install it, and then I'm also going to install Essential Add-ons for Elementor. So I'll copy it, come over here, and then click paste it in over here, and then it will search for me, and I'll go ahead to click on install, and then also click on activate. So Essential Add-ons for Elementor. So I'm going to just click on install, and then later on I'll click on add-ons activate. Now I also go ahead and then copy Ultimate Add-ons for Elementor. We're also going to install that one. So I'm just going to paste it in, and then it's going to search for me, and I'm going to use it to also create the website. All right, so basically Ultimate Add-ons. So I'll click on it, and we are good to go. So as you can see, now we have all the three Elementor add-ons installed. Now the next one is Forminator. So I'm going to search Forminator, okay, which is a form creating plugin. It helps you to create any kind of form that you want. Very good, and it comes very handy when you need to create special forms. Okay, this particular plugin helps you to create all kinds of forms. Now we'll click on install over here, and then we'll activate it later on. And then the last one is WordPress. I'm not going to install WordPress now. I'll install it once I'm done with the website. Okay, so now that we have installed all the plugins, now we're going to go to installed plugins over here, and then we will activate all of them, but I'm going to activate Elementor first. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and click on activate to activate Elementor first, and then later on I'm going to activate all of them together. All right, so this is Elementor, and this is the onboarding page for Elementor. You can go ahead to sign up if you have you don't have an account, or log in if you haven't logged in. But I'm going to skip it because I don't need the login and sign up for anything. So all what I'm going to do is I'm just going to close it and then return to the dashboard. All right, so now that we have this one over here, we are good to go. So now what I want to do is before we move on, let me just clear the dashboard and make the dashboard a little bit neat. Okay, so I'm going to close this one, and then over here where we say screen options, I'm going to click on it, and then let me go back to the dashboard. It took me out from the dashboard to a different page. That's the users page. Okay, so I'm going to click on this one, and then I'm going to just untick all the things over here because I don't really need them. So I'm going to untick all the things over here and close it, and we are good to go. So now our dashboard is clean, is neat. We can do whatever we want to do over here. All right, so now that we have cleaned our dashboard, we've also install Elementor, and let's go back to the plugins and then install all the other plugins which has been activate all the other plugins which has been installed on the website. So what we're going to do is I'm going to select all of them and then uncheck Elementor over here, and then what I will do is I'll click on bulk actions and then click on activate. So this means that I'm going to activate all the selected selected plugins, and then we are good to go. So I'll click on apply over here to activate them one after the other. All right, so ultimate add-on has some onboarding also over here, so we can exit it, and let's go back to plugins and see if all our plugins has been installed successfully for us. All right, so all the plugins are successfully installed, and yeah, we are good to go. So now we have our plugins installed successfully. Now the next stage is for us to set up our colors, so that when we are designing our colors, everything will come in handy, and then we'll be able to pick it up. All right, so to set up our colors, what we're going to do is we're going to hover on appearance over here, click on customize. Okay, so we're going to go to our customization side to customize the theme itself. Okay, so that we can be able to set up our colors, and then go ahead to create some pages and other stuff to be also going to be able to design our header and then our footer. Okay, so first of all, let's look at how the colors look like. So we have the orange, and then the orange dark, and we have the strongest text and all those things. So we're gonna go ahead to go to colors and font over here, go to colors, and I'm going to pick the colors one after the other. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, and then I'll set up my color, this first color. And as you can see, at the moment I put it over, you see that all of them are changing, right? They are changing one after the other. Okay, so I'm going to go over here also, copy this one also, click on this one, and then set the color over there. I'm going to go to the next one also, copy this particular one, which is the text also, and then also set it over there. I'll go to the other one, also set the text, also the strong text also over there. So I'll copy it, come over here, and then paste it over there. I'll go to the next one, which is the medium text. Also go click on it over here, and then paste it over there. This is the medium. We go to the subtle text. That is B3, B3, B3. So this is the subtle text. We're gonna go B3, B3, B3. All right. So the next one is D9, 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 which is subtle background. So we're gonna go to D9, D9, D9. All right. So another one is F5, 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 which is the lighter background. So F5, 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 and then we go to the last one, which is FFFF. So basically we are good to go. So we can click on publish over here. Now one thing about the Kadence theme is you can set up different global colors over here. So you can, this is for palette 1. If I toggle to palette 2, it's still going to go back. You see that the color as well has changed. If I toggle over here also, and if the colors are different, it will still change. Okay, but let's go back to our main colors over here, and as you can see, this is the colors that we are using, and I'm going to click on publish over here. Okay, so basically that is it. Now let's go over here, go to buttons. You can set your button colors and all those things. Let's come over here. We're going to go to typography. We said that the base font we will be using Inter, and then the headings for Montserrat. So we're going to come over here, click on here, and then locate Inter over here. Click on it. If the 17 size is okay for you, you leave it like that. Now the headings over here, we're going to use Montserrat, right? So I'm going to just search for Montserrat, this one over here, and that is what we are going to use for all the headings. Okay, so I think everything is good. I'm just going to click on publish. All right, so now that we are done over here, we set our colors, we set our font. I think we are good to go. Let me check the website. Okay, so over here you could see that we have this kind of hover effect over here. We can also go ahead and then do that. Let's go to the colors and font. Let's go to buttons over here, and border radius, we don't have any border radius, so we're going to set it to 0. And then when you scroll down, let's see this particular one over here, which is the button shadow, right? The button shadow over here, and then we also have what button shadow hover state, right? So over here, let's look at how it's behaved when we hover on it like this. We have this darker background, and then yeah, basically that is it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here, and then what I'll do is to see if I have that particular effect. I'm going to go to the header and then click over here, and then pick a button over here, and then what I'll do is I'll just get a quote, right? So I'll say maybe get a quote. Okay, and I'm gonna go over here, and let me look at how the button looks like. It's quite okay. So I'll come over here to the font, and you can change the font style to any font that you want. So maybe Montserrat. So let's pick Montserrat over here, and you can also like I said, change the style or change the font to any kind of size that you want, depend on you. Now when you come to here, you can make it custom, and then you can just increase or decrease the padding. Okay, so here you can make here maybe 20. You can also make bottom 20. 20. You can make here 30. You can also make here 30, just like this, right? But I'm going to make here 15, and I'm going to also make here 15. Okay, so we're going to have something like this, which is actually cool. So you see, when we hover on it, we have this dark shadow over here. Okay, but we want it to be a different kind of hover, right? So we're going to come over here and then set our hover color to this particular one over here, and then what we will do is we're gonna come over here and then make the blur 0. So you see, this is how the blur looks like, right? And then the spread also, you can decide to make it 0, depends on how you want it. And then also over here I'll make it 7, and then over here also I can make it 7. So it's gonna be something like this, as you can see. So I can publish it over here, and then when I come over here and then I refresh it, okay, and when I hover, you see how it becomes. Okay, so that is the effect, that is the magic over here. It makes your website really nice and then kind of interactive. Okay, so that is what basically it. Okay, so now that we have this one done over here, basically all our buttons can be able to also have that kind of look and feel over there. So when I go over here and I go to buttons over here, I can come over here and then set the button how do you call it, the button kind of padding and all those things. Maybe I can make it, let's say 15 like we did, 30, 15 and 30, right? Yeah, just like that. And then we also have the hover over here. We can make this one 0. We can also make the blur 0. We can make this one 7, and we also make this one 7. And then over here we can choose this color over here. So that is basically for the hover state for the button shadow. Okay, so now I think everything is good. We are good to go. So now that we've done our colors and the buttons, now we can be able to create our header and all those kind of stuff. So let's quickly go ahead and then create some pages so we can be able to use the pages to create our header. So I'm going to go back to the dashboard and then quickly create some pages and use those pages to create our header. Okay. Alright guys, so to create pages, it's very simple. All what you need to do is to hover on pages over here, click on all pages, and then you see the the default pages that WordPress creates for you. I will have to trash the sample page, so I'm going to trash it out. There's nothing really sample on it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the website that we're going to create and look at the pages that we have to create. So we have the home page, about us, we have the services page, and then under the services we also have construction, architectural design, engineering, and then innovation, all our pages. And then we have projects, we have blog, and then we have contact, and then also this particular one over here, which is get a quote. Now when we scroll down, let's look and see if there are other pages over here. So these are all the pages that we have to create. So let's go ahead and start creating them. So we are just creating pages, we are not designing them, so it's very simple to do. So I'm going to click on add a page over here. Then once I click on it, I'll close this one, give my page a name. So I'm going to firstly create the home page, and then I'll change the template from default to Elementor full width over here, because I'm going to use Elementor to design my pages after creating them. So I'm going to just click on publish it, and my first page is created. So if you look at it, if you go ahead to view it, this is how my first page looks like. So it says what, /home over here. Okay, so that is my first page. Now let's go ahead and then create all the other pages. So I'm going to click over here and then exit the full screen so I can be able to see this side. Okay, so I'll click on add page again, and then I'm going to create all the other pages. So about page, services, projects, blog, contact, and then all the other pages that need sales. So I'm going to say about. Okay, go ahead and change the template to Elementor full width. Go ahead and click on publish. I'll click on add page again. Go ahead and then change this one to or name it services. Click here and change it to Elementor full width, and then go ahead and publish it. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click on add new page again to create another page. And then we have so we've created home, about, services, we have projects. So I'm going to go ahead and create projects. I'm going to go here, click here, and then click on Elementor full width, and then go ahead and click on publish. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and create another page, which I'll go and call it blog, because that is where all our blog posts will be going. For that one, I'll just leave it as default template, and then I'll click on publish. And then we go ahead and click on add page again, and I'm going to go to contact. Okay, create another page called contact. This one I'll change it to Elementor full width. Go ahead and click on publish. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and click on add page over here also, and over here the page that we're gonna call it get a quote, or maybe quote. Okay, and then I'll change it to Elementor full width, and then go ahead and click on publish. Now let's create all the services pages. So we've created all the other pages. So if I refresh this one, you see that we've created all these pages, okay, but we've not created the services pages. So this one, this one, this one, and this one. So let's create all of them. So I'll click on add page again, and this time around I'll add a page called construction. So construction, and this page is not a parent page. It's going to be under a certain page. So under parent over here, make sure that you change it to service. Okay, so the service page over here, and then I'm going to change the default template also to Elementor full width, and I'm going to publish it. So that is what we're going to do for all the services pages, the single services pages. So I'll click over here, and the next page that we're going to go ahead and create is architectural design. So architectural, is that how they spell it? Let me see. Architectural design. So there's no H. Design. Okay, so with this one also, I'm gonna go ahead and then change it to Elementor full. In the parent, I'm gonna make it be under service. Okay, and I'll click on publish. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and add another page, which that one is also engineering. So we add two new pages, engineering and then renovation. So engineering, and then engineering and then renovation. So this is engineering. I'm going to change the parent to service, and then I'll change the default template to Elementor full width, and I'll click on publish. Okay, and then the last one is renovation. So renovation is what we're going to go ahead to create, and we change this one to Elementor full width. We change this one also to service, and then we click on publish. Okay, so once we refresh the website, all the pages that we created, you're not going to see over here because we have not created you know, how do you call it, a menu for it. So once we've created the pages, now let's go ahead and create a menu, right? So we have to create a menu. Now a menu literally is a list of prepared something, right? So a list of something, a list of, you know, something that we are going to, so we have to create a menu and then put items inside that menu, and that is exactly what we want to do. So you see this over here is a menu, and these are items inside that particular menu. That is exactly what we are going to do. So let's hover on appearance over here, click on menus over here, and we will go ahead and then create our menu. So our first menu that we're going to create is the main menu, and we assign it location to the primary over here, and then we click on create. Okay, so now that we have created the menu, but there is no item on it inside the menu, so we need to add some items inside the menu. So we're gonna come to view all, and then we will select you know, let me just select all of them over here, and then add it to the menu over here. All right, so you see this one, it says custom link. It means that that is not our home page, because our home page is a page, is not a custom link. So this is our home page. Okay, this is our home page. So home, about, we have services. Now under the services, we have all these things under it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make sure that construction comes first under here, architectural design, engineering, and then renovation, right? Oh, sorry, renovation. Now the moment you shift it, it's going to be under the service. Now if you shift it more, it will let's say if I shift this one over here, it will be under this one over here. Okay, so I want them all to be under service. Right, now this one I want it to be services, not just service. So services. Okay, and then I want to put this over here just after the about. So I'll drag this one and then put it under here, right? And then we have project, which will come before blog, and then we have contact, and then we don't want to show this one. We'll show it inside the here, the how do you call it, the button over here, get a quote, right? We'll put a link over here, and it's gonna work for us. So basically we have this one done. Now I want it to also display on the mobile side. Okay, so I'll take this one, and then I'll click on save menu to save the menu. All right, so now as you can see, our menu is saved. Okay, so if we come to the home page over here and refresh it, now we have our menu, which is showing just the way we want it. Okay, so just the way we want it, we have our menu. Now we're going to style our header and then our footer, but just to let you know that that is how menus are created, and we've created our first menu over here. Now we need to create another menu. If you look at it, we have this menu also over here. We have this menu, and then we also have this menu, right? So we're going to create this about menu, we're going to create our services menu, and then we're going to create also our social links also menu. So let's go ahead and do that. So our next page thing is to create another menu. So we go ahead and create a new menu, click on create a new menu, and we call this one let's say I'll call it company, right? I'll call it company, and I'll click on create to create it. All right, so now that is done. Now what is under the company? We have about us. Okay, we have services, we have project, we have privacy policy, and then we have terms and conditions. So we're gonna go over here, and then we will select what we have to select over here. So about, we have project, we have service, let me see, yes, service, project, and then the two left is gonna be a quick link. Okay, so I'll just put some custom links over there. So over here, I haven't created the terms and conditions yet, so this one will be privacy policy. I'll add it to it, and then this one will be terms and conditions, and then I also add this one too. So we have about services, so I'll add s to it, this one, about services, and that is it. Now we will not assign it to anything over here, we just save this menu. Okay, so the menu is saved. Now we have to create another menu, so we're going to click over here to create another menu, and this time around the menu that we are creating is the services menu. So it's also very simple, we call it services, right? So let's call it the services, and then we click on create. We are not also assigning it to anything, so we're just going to click on create, and then these are the services that we have, 1 2 3 4, right? And we click on add to menu. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this one first, I'm going to bring this one second, and I will bring this one third. Okay, so I will also save this menu. All right, and then the last menu is a social media link. So This time around we call this one social media, and we also not assign it to anything over here. So we're just going to click on create menu, and then over here for the social media we're going to use custom links over here. So just put your social media link over here, and then let's say this one is Facebook. Okay, just click on add, put another link over there, and then maybe Twitter into bracket X, and then put another one also over here, put a link over here, and then maybe Instagram, and then let's see what they have over here, LinkedIn, YouTube, right? So we're gonna go over here and add a new one and say maybe LinkedIn, and then the next one is gonna be YouTube. All right, so these are social medias that we're going to add. So yeah, basically it. So I also not link it to anything. I'm just going to click on save over here. Okay, so now we have all our menus created. If you click over here, see that all these are all the menus that you created. Okay, and you are good to go. So now we can use it to design our header and then our footer. So let's go ahead and see the header and footer that we want to design. So this is the header, and then this is the footer. Now this one cut across all the website. Okay, so the headers cut across all the websites. So you design it once, and that is all, and then you create your pages one after the other. So let's go ahead and then design our header and then footer. All right guys, so to design the header and footer, we also need to go to the appearance, and then under appearance we go to customize over here. So click on customize, and then let's go to the customization section to design our header and then footer. All right, so first of all, this is the header, and then below over here is the footer. Okay, and then inside here is the body of the website. So we are designing the header, and then we are designing the footer. Now if you look over here, there is header, there is footer. So let's click on header over here, and then this header is divided into 3 different parts. Now for those of you who are new to Kadence, now you see every theme is different. Okay, so some may be, you can have some kind of familiarity in all the other themes, but they have their own kind of things that they do. So this theme have what we call the header builder, right? So with a header builder, you can be able to build any kind of any kind of header that you want to use. Okay, so you can build a sticky header, you can build a transparent header, or you can build a normal header. You can build a single header like this. You can build 3 fold headers. Like that means that you have the main row, you have the top row, and then you have the bottom row. Okay, you can build it. You can even build just the main row and then the top row, or you can build the main row and then the bottom row. All depends on how you want to build your header, right? So this is the header builder over here. Now what we are going to do is also very simple. We will just customize this header to suit what we want. So first of all, our primary navigation is already showing our menu that we want. Now our button over here, we've already customized it to suit the way we want it from the beginning, but what we have to do is to bring the get a quote link over here. Okay, so that is exactly what we have to do. So we're gonna go back over here, go to the pages, all pages, and then look for get a quote. So this particular one, right click on the view and then click on copy link, and then come over here and paste your link over here. So you see this is the get a quote link. So it means that when somebody clicks on this one, it will take that person to that particular page to get a quote from there. Okay, so that is basically it. Now we need to change our logo, and then we need to style our header. So we're gonna go ahead and click over here the branch icon or the settings icon over here to change the logo. So it says what at the moment you click over here, this panel opens for you with all the settings that you need to deal with. Now click over here to select a logo. Now as at the moment we don't have any we don't have any media or we don't have any images on the website. Now I have all the images that I'm going to use on this particular website. So I'm just going to copy all of them, okay, and then drag it inside this particular page, the website. So it will upload it onto the website, and then I'll be able to use it, okay, to create or design the website the way I want it. So I'll make sure that all the things that I will need for the website, I have it. So I'm just going to drag all of them over here, yeah, so that all of them, I don't need to go and then, you know, bring it back and forth again. Okay, that is basically it. So I'll wait for it to upload and then we continue the video. Alright guys, so now that our images are uploaded successfully, now we're going to pick our logo. So we have two different logos over here, and I'm going to use this particular one, which is the transparent one, and then I'll click on select. And this is how my logo looks like. I'm not going to do anything to it. I can decide to, you know, just crop it a little bit, okay, but yeah, of course, this is how the logo looks like, and I'll just crop it a little bit. And after that, it's going to be here. And when you look over here, the logo layout, you can, you know, choose the layout that you want. So I want just the logo without any words, right? So basically this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so you can also, you know, change the size of it, so the height and everything, you can decide to let it be the way you want it. So basically this is fine for me. This is very okay for me. I'm loving it. So let me go over here quickly and then change this one to maybe 90, so there will be space above, space below. Okay, so yeah, basically it. And then over here, I'm going to click on this primary menu over here, and then I'm going to go over here and then change this one to this one. Okay, let's look at how this one looks like. Okay, so I'm going to change it to our basic color, that is this particular color over here, right? And then if you look at this one, this particular one is over here, it is not on the right hand side. So I'm going to go over here and put it in the middle. Okay, let me put it in the middle like this, right? This is how it looks like. Okay, over here, this is how it looks like. And then also I'll scroll down and then come over here and then make it all caps, right? And then I'm going to reduce the text a little bit, so like this particular one. And let's go to the style over here, and I'm going to make it like a 500 like this. Okay, so this is quite okay. And another one is, let's see, over here we can, you know, just give it a navigation background, right? So if you hover on it, what happens, right? The hover and other stuff. Okay, so over here, when you hover, what happens? You see that we have this colors changing over here. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So navigation. Okay, so over here, let's go to the navigation background. Now on hover, we want this one to be white, and we want the background to be this color. Okay, so it's gonna be like this, right? Yeah, just like you see over here. Okay, and then this one is active. So when it is active, we want this one to be white, and we still want this one to be like this, right? So it will be, don't worry, when we go over there, you see what it's going to be like. So let's go over here and refresh the website so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay, so if you click over here, you see this one is active, so you see this one is there, and then this is how it's going to be like. Okay, now let's go and have a look at how this one looks like. Yeah, so exactly the way we have it over here. All right, so I think we are good to go with the header, but the only thing is this is sticky, right? And I also have a top bar over here. Okay, So we have to fix all those things also. So what we're going to do is give it a top bar. So let's look at how the top bar looks like. You have this darker background with this ones written on it, and then it is having this social icons over here. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, and then click on this one, and then put the HTML widget over here, and then paste in this one. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it looks like, right? So it's just some text that the colors and then the WhatsApp text. Okay, so just like that. Now what I'll do is I'll go to InDesign. The font, I'm gonna give it white. Okay, now you're not going to see it, don't worry. We will change the row background color. Okay, so this top row background, we're going to change it to this one, and as you can see the writing over here. Now let's go to the general of the top row over here and give it like a 50. Okay, so if you give it 50, this is how it's going to be like. Now let's also go over here and then go to design, and then over here we're going to reduce the size a little bit. So let's make it like a 14. Okay, so 14 is also quite okay. And then over here what we're going to do is we're going to add social. Okay, so with the social, this is it, 1 2 3. You can add more. If you click over here, you can add more social to it, and you can set your social links also over here. Now let me go ahead and design it, because I'm not going to set any links for it. So I'm going to go ahead and then design it. So first of all, I want to change the border radius to 80, so it's going to be rounded. And then the colors over here, I'll choose white. Okay, so I'm going to choose this one first, and then I'll choose white, and then over here I'll choose white, and over here I'm going to choose this. So it means that when it is active, initial color is going to be background white, the text or the icon the orange kind of color or brown kind of color, and then when it comes over here, the background orange, and then the top the initial, the hover color is what is white. So that is what basically it. So this is how it looks like. Okay, so basically that is it. Now another one is we have this one to be sticky. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click over here, and then make sure that our header is sticky. Okay, so I'm going to go back, and then when you scroll down, we have sticky header over here. So click on it, and then do you want to enable the header to be sticky? You say yes. Yes to what? Is it just the main row, the top row and main row, the whole header, the only top row, only bottom row? So like I told you from the beginning, this is the top row, this is the main row, this is the bottom row. Okay, this one is out because we don't have nothing over here, but these two is what we can actually typically make it what sticky. So I just want to make the main row sticky, right? Just the main row sticky, so that when we scroll, it's gonna be like this. Now you can use you can reveal sticky on scroll. You can enable shrinking. So I want to enable shrinking so that it's going to shrink a little bit. Okay, so as you can see, it shrinks a little bit right here. So this is exactly what I want. Okay, so basically everything will shrink a little bit. Okay, and then also you can use different logo on the sticky header or the stack header, right? You can decide to change this logo on the sticky header. All right, and then what again? Yeah, I think so far so good. Everything is working perfectly the way we want it. This one I'm gonna make it like 70. Okay, so it doesn't really shrink that much. Okay, all right, so now everything is perfect the way we want it. The next one that we have to do, I'm going to just click on publish. Make sure that everything that you do, you publish it so you don't lose what you have done. Okay, publishing is more or less like saving it, or making it go live and other stuff. So that is basically it. So now that we have this one done, now it's left with our footer to be designed. So let's go back. We're gonna go back over here, and then we click on footer over here. So with the footer we have the copyright, which is the only thing over here. Okay, with the footer also we have the bottom row, we have the middle row, and then we have the top row. Okay, so basically we use the bottom and then the middle row. The top row, I don't really use it, so I'm gonna just click on the middle row, and then I'll set the columns to 4 over here, and then I'm going to use this layout over here, or let's check the layout that they used over here. Let's check here, basically this one, and yeah, all that. So I'm going to use this for this layout over here, and over here I'm going to just add widget 1 over here, and inside the widget 1 I'll click on got it, and then I will just search for you know, an image over here, and I'm going to add an image which is going to be my logo, this particular one over here. Okay, and then aside that one I'm also going to add a paragraph, okay, which I will just add the the outline business kind of small description to it over here. So it's gonna be something like this, right? And then yeah, so I'll leave it like that. Now let me come over here and just make it a little bit smaller, okay, and come over here and set widget 2 for it. Now widget 2, I'm going to use what am I going to use? I'm going to use navigation. So I'll look for navigation menu, and because we created some menus, okay, we're going to use the company, and then we say about us, okay, or you can just put company over there, about us. So once you are done, you can click outside it and everything will show over here. Now the same thing is what we're going to do over here. Widget 3, we choose widget 3, we go over here and we click on this one, and then we also search for navigation, and then we also look through it, and we're going to look for services. So we say our services, okay, our services, and then we can click over here. Oh, let me just wait for it to load first. Services. Okay, so we want to wait for it to load first, right? And then we can be able to I don't know why it keeps long for loading. Is not really that fast like the way it used to be, but maybe it might be my network or something, but at least you need to have time for it. Okay, so it loads. So yeah, very good, it's loaded. So I'm going to just click outside. Oh, sorry, click outside, and then come over here to widget 4, and the widget 4 is going to be the social media. Okay, so I'm going to click over here, search for navigation, and then we're going to look for social media. So we say social media. All right, so once we are done, we click outside and everything works perfectly fine. So now what we're going to do is we're going to change the color of the middle row. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this settings icon over here, or this settings icon, or it's going to bring you to this particular place, and I'm going to go to design over here. Now first of all, let me change the background first. So I'm going to go over here and let's see what the background over here looks like. It looks like this color over here. So I'm going to go ahead and see if it is, yeah, it matches this exact color over here. And I'm going to go ahead and change the widget title colors. So what is the title colors over here? So we're going to use this particular one over here. And then the widget content colors, what colors is it using? Okay, so we're going to use maybe this color, or let's say this color, right? Yeah, let's use this color. And then the links also, we're going to use the same colors. Okay, we're going to use the same colors, and then when you hover on it, we want it to be this particular color. So when you hover on it, this is how it's going to be like. Okay, now of course you can decide to change the size and the font and all those kind of stuff, right? So all depends on you. Okay, so over here also I'm going to change the size to 14. Yeah, 14 is quite okay. Like I said, all depends on you, all depends on what you want to do. Okay, so basically the links color, I want it to be underline on hover. No underline, I don't want any underline. And basically that is it. Now over here I want to give a space, so column spacing, widget spacing. Okay, so let me give a widget spacing, like let's say 50, and this is how it looks like. So the 30 is quite okay. The column spacing, I'm going to give it 50. Okay, yeah, 50 is quite okay. And the top and bottom, the top I'm going to give also 50, and the bottom I'm also going to give 50. All right, so basically that is it. Now let's go to the copyright over here. So I'll click on this one, and with a copyright you can change the theme credit. So I'm just going to remove the theme credit, and I'll leave these three things over here. And what I'll do is I'm going to just type in my my name over there. So designed by, I'm going to say designed by, I can choose to use Kitech Digital or Template Seller. Each other way is good for me. Now for those of you who wants this particular template, you can get it on Template Seller. You don't need to force yourself to design all what we are designing. Like I said, you can just go ahead to templateseller.com, and then you can be able to get this template. Now there are amazing templates over there, and you can be able to also get the the full template, install it on your website, and then you are good to go. So let's continue the video. So I'm going to just type in my URL over here, kitechdigital.com, and then yeah, we're good. All right, so let's look at how the bottom also looks like. So this is the bottom. So we're gonna just go ahead, click over here, go to design, and then change the bottom row color to this particular color over here. And what we're going to do is underline on hover, I'll say no underline. Okay, no underline. And then let's see, let's have it. Okay, so yeah, basically that is it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here to the bottom over here, and then we will remove the top spacing, right, and then also the bottom spacing, right. So it's going to be something small like this. Now let's go to the middle row over here, and as you can see over here, it have this border over here. Okay, the top border over there. So we're going to scroll down, go to design over here, and scroll down, you see border. So I'm gonna just give it a border, and I'll give it like a 10, and then change this one to this color. And as you can see, this is how it looks like. So I'm gonna just publish it. All right, so now if you go over here and we refresh the website, now we have our header, we have our footer all set up for us to be able to go ahead and design all our pages that we want. So guys, this is how you can be able to design your header and footer using Kadence theme without any stress. And this theme is one of the best themes that you can ever have. Okay, so I'll leave a link in the description if you want to get the pro version of this theme. Of course, you can go ahead and buy it, purchase it, and I'll leave a link in the description for you guys to be able to purchase the pro version of the Kadence theme, not the template that I'm doing, but the Kadence theme itself. Now if you want also the template, like I said, you can get it on templateseller.com. Just open a new tab over here and then type in templateseller.com, hit enter, and boom, you get all the amazing templates that you need to start designing your website easy for you. All right, so in our next in our next part of the video, what we're going to do is we're going to design the the how do you call it, the mobile responsive and the tablet responsive version of this header and footer. And then we also go ahead to design the home page and all the other pages that is involved in this particular website. So let's go ahead and I'll see you there. All right, guys, so now that we have created the header and then the footer, now let's turn it and make it mobile responsive. Okay, so responsiveness is very good. And when you are creating websites, make sure that your website is responsive on mobile and then tablet. So WordPress makes it easy for you to be able to turn your website into a mobile responsive, and most of the themes also have that kind of mobile responsive built in already. Okay, so with Kadence it's also very easy. All what you need to do is to toggle these three things over here. So you see this one over here. With this one, we are right now on our desktop, and this one is tablet, and this one is mobile. So let's go straight to the mobile, and then we'll come back to the tablet. So when you switch to mobile, this is how it becomes. Let's first we are on the footer now, so we're gonna go down and see if it is responsive on mobile. And as you can see, it is very responsive on mobile. But of course, you can decide to go ahead and then change the settings for mobile. So you see these three things over here. Make sure that it is on this one that you are changing it. So just change it. I'm going to make this one 14 over here, and on the rigid content also I'm going to make it 12. Okay, so I'm going to make it 12, and then when you so I think everything is quite all right. And then let's come over here to the copyright, and over here with the font over here I'm gonna change it to also 12. Okay, so 12 is also very good. So as you can see, it looks great over here, and I'm gonna make this one this color, and I'll go ahead to also make this one let me make it this. Let me make it all this, and then when you hover on it, it's gonna be this. Or I can decide to make the link also this one, and when you hover on it, it's gonna be this one. So yeah, basically it. All right, so now everything looks perfect on the footer. Now let's go to the header. Let's go to the header. So we're going to go to the header, and as you can see, this is how the header looks like. Okay, so first of all, we're going to add a button to it. So we're going to add a button just like we added this is the header canvas. So that one you have to click here, and then it's going to open for you, and you see it live over here. Okay, so this is how the header looks like, and you can go ahead and then change it to maybe get a code, and we can put the link over here. So we're going to put the code link. I'm going to copy this one, come over here and put a link over here. So this is get a code, and of course you can decide to change the design. Go over here and then make it something nice like this, and also the navigation also we can go ahead and change the colors to this one. When you hover, it's supposed to be like this. We're gonna set the same background for it. So the initial background for its initial background, there will be none, but when you hover on it, it's going to be this one with white. Active is going to be this one with also white. And then when you come to the font, you change it to this one, and we have to change this one also to 500 to make it a little bit bold. And of course, if you want to change this one to something like this, you can do so. And when you go to general, you can also, increase the vertical spacing to maybe 1.4, depends on how you want it, right? So I'm going to say 1.2, which is quite okay. So as you can see, this is how it looks like, right? Yeah. And with this one, you can also change it. So I'm going to go over here, and then let me go over here, go to here, and where is it, a close tab over here. So you can make it this way, and when you hover on it, it's gonna be this. All right, so yeah, so now everything looks fine, everything looks correct. You can even add socials also to over here. So I'll just bring the socials over here. You can add your socials over here, and then let me just check the design. So the colors, I want to make it this one, and then when you hover on it, I want to make it this one. So of course I'm gonna leave it like this. So with the background I'm gonna say maybe none, and over here also I'll say none. Over background I'm gonna say none. All right, so it's gonna be something like this here. So now everything looks perfect, everything looks great. Of course, the logo, we can change it. So let me just come over here. With the logo over here, we can change it. So you see it is over here. So this is too big for mobile, so I'm going to change it to 150, which is quite okay. And then the trigger, which is this one, we can change it to something deep, and then just make it more darker, depends on how you want it. Okay, so of course all depends on how you want it. You can even make it like change it to this one, change it to this one, or change it to this one. Okay, and yeah, so the side panel and all those things, how you want it to be moved. So if you click on this one, how do you want it to show? Do you want it to show this way or that way? Okay, so also depends. You can even add an image or logo image over here. So if I click over here, I can add an HTML, and inside that HTML I can be able to add an image inside it. So just like we did for the footer, I can add an image over here. I can go ahead and add an image. Let me just bring this one down, and then if I click over, you see now it makes it more professional, it makes it more nice. Okay, so as you can see, everything looks nice and professional, right? So basically this is how you can be able to customize your mobile and tablet. So you can move to tablet, and you can even change the logo size of tablet to maybe 200. It depends on how you want it. Okay, yeah, and then over here when you draw it, you can also change everything over here, but I feel this is quite okay on tablet. It looks quite okay over here. Also all what you need to do is to just click on publish, and you are good to go. So now we've set our mobile and tablet and make the footer and header more responsive. So our header and footer is perfectly done. Now we can go ahead and start designing our pages step by step, and that is the next step that we're going to do in our next part of the video. So in this part of the video, we're going to end over here, and then in the next part we will be able to show you how to design all the pages. So in this part, we set up our WordPress, we set up all the plugins that we are using, we set up all the pages that we are going to design, and then we install all the plugins, customize the theme and other stuff. Now we are going to go ahead to create the pages one after the other using Elementor. So we're going to focus basically on Elementor in our next part of the video to design all our pages. So please subscribe and stick to the channel and watch the next video. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Bye bye. Alright guys, welcome back to this part of the video where we create the home page. So before we will start creating the home page, I want us to set the home page as a home page. Okay, so as you can see, this is what the home page is displaying. So if I click on the logo right now, it doesn't really send me to the home page, but it displays this particular page over here, which is a blog. Kind of like it shows all the blog posts on the page. Okay, so that is what it is displaying over here. But meanwhile, this is our home page. If you go over here, this is our home page. This is our home page. So we want to display this particular side over here as our home page. So let's go back to the dashboard, and then we will scroll down, and then we go to settings over here. Okay, so look for settings and then come to reading, right? So we're gonna go to reading, so click on reading, and we will have to set our home page as a static page so that it will display our home page. So as of now, our homepage displays your latest post. So any post that you have on the website, the homepage is going to display it. But we want to change it. We want to change it to static post. So we're going to static page. So we're going to click over here, and then we will select a page for it. So this is the home page that we want to use. So we're going to select this one. And then for where we want our blog post to also show, we want it to show on our blog. So we're going to click over here and then select the blog, so that we know that our blog page will display all our blog posts. Now that you've done, just go ahead and click on changes over here. Okay, and then you are good to go. So at the moment it is saved, you are okay, and your home page is set as the home. All right, so now let's go back over here and look at something. Now you see that we haven't refreshed the page yet, but I want you to see something. You see that when we clicked on home over here from the beginning, you realize that we have this one over here which says website name / home, right? But at the moment we refresh it, okay, let's refresh it. At the moment we refresh it, you see the / home is gone, but this becomes our home page. Okay, and our blog page now becomes where this post will be showing. Okay, so that is our blog page. So now we have our home page set up correctly. Now we can go ahead and use Elementor to design our home page. All right, so let's go back to the dashboard over here, and we're gonna go over here to Elementor. Okay, and then go to Elementor settings and make sure that all the settings are set up correctly. Make sure that the post types you are using post and pages. If you have other custom post types or other stuff that you want to use, you can take it over here. Okay, and then if everything is all right, you can go to features over here and then make sure that all your features are also set up correctly. Okay, so especially container, if it is not default and it is disabled or inactive, make sure that you make it towards active. But default is okay, because default for now it is a stable feature, so it is what it's supposed to be default. And then nested elements, also make sure that you have that one also set as default or active. Okay, so as you can see, they said this one is required if there is a container. It requires a container. You cannot just activate this one without deactivating or without activating the container. So once this one is activated, this one should also be activated, and that is it. So now we have everything set up. Now let's go to our pages over here, go to all pages, and then let's start designing our home page. So we're gonna go over here, and then where we set as the front page, that is our home page. So let's click on edit over here to start editing our home page. All right, so now that we are over here, remember that when we were creating this particular pages, especially this particular page, what we did was we changed the template from default to Elementor full width. So if you don't have it, make sure that the template is set to what? Elementor full width. If it doesn't, it's not set, change it and then make sure that it's set to Elementor full width, because we're going to use Elementor full width. If you look at the home page over here, we are using the full width of Elementor, okay, and that is what we need. So make sure that it is set over there as Elementor full width. Now that it is done, now we can go ahead and click on edit with Elementor. So click on edit with Elementor. Click on leave if they tell you to save changes. I mean, if you change this one, make sure that you save the changes before you click on edit with Elementor. So that blue button, click on it and it's going to take you to the Elementor home page or Elementor page where you can be able to design using Elementor. All right, so now that we are over here, you're going to see this pop up over here. Just click on close. And then this particular one is a structure. So any container or anything or any element that you put over here, you're gonna see it over here. Okay, so this one helps you to structure your things very well. Okay, so it helps you to structure your element and then your containers very well. So we're gonna leave it as time goes on. We can close it, and if you want to get it back, you can click on this one. It's gonna come back again. Okay, so that is it. Now this space is where we will design. This is the space where we are going to we're going to design. Okay, so all these places is where we're going to design. Now as you can see over here, I don't know why my my colors have changed, but let me go over here and see the reason why my colors has changed. If it is not in it, so it hasn't changed over here, so I'm sure maybe it is kind of Elementor then that is making it happen. But of course we're gonna leave it as it is and go ahead and design, since when you come to the home page, the colors are still there. I'm gonna just assume it is some kind of is it a twitch or whatever it is that you guys call it. Okay, so a glitch, yeah, a glitch or whatever it is that you guys call it. So I'm gonna just leave it as it is. But these particular element on your, all right guys, so once you are over here on your left hand side over here, all the things over here are widgets, and then inside each widget we have element inside it. So as you can see over here, this is the layout widget, this is the basic widget, this is the pro widget, this is the general widget, this is a link in bio widget, and it goes on and on. And this one is from element kit. These are its widgets, and then this is also element kit header widget, and then this is the essential add-ons widget. This is the ultimate add-ons widget. So it goes on and on and on. And inside the layout widget, we have these elements in it. We have the container, and we have the grid also in it. So we're going to use all these things to be able to create beautiful home page like this, as you see over here. So whatever you want, just drag them over here and then you can be able to edit them. Okay, so you will see it as and when we go on. So let's quickly go on and then start designing our homepage. So if you look at this particular website, that is the main website that we are going to deal with. That is the outline website. Now we have the hero section over here. This hero section have this written over here, so we're gonna just use this hero section over here, the design, everything, and then we're gonna just replicate as we have over here. So let's go ahead and design it. So I'm gonna click on the plus icon, or I can decide to just drag in a container over here. Okay, so just like this, as you can see. But the quickest way is just to click on the plus icon, choose one or two. We have the flexbox container, and then we have the grid over here. So I'm going to use this container, and then over here you can select a structure that you want. Okay, so I'm just going to use this basic structure over here. Inside this, when you click over here, you are going into the edit mode of the container. So you can see that these are the things that you can be able to edit. Now when I click over here, I'm deleting the container, and then when I click over here, I'm adding a new container on top of this particular container. So over here, I want the container to be a little bit bigger, so I'm going to come over here in the minimum height. I'll give it a height of, let's say, 700. Okay, so as you can see, we have 700 over here, and if you look at this, the container have a background, an image background over here. So let's go ahead and then, go to style over here. I'm going to go to style and then give it a background. Now the background, if you can see, it changes. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, we have different background types. We have the classic background type, which you can just add either a color or an image over here. We have the gradient, where you can add different kinds of colors, 2 different colors, making it a gradient. We have a video, where you can add video, and then we have a slideshow, where you can add multiple images to make it a slideshow. Okay, so this is what we're going to use. We're going to use this slideshow. We're going to click over here, and then we're going to select, remember, we've added our images already, so we just select the images that we want to use. So let's say I'm going to use this one, I'm going to use this one, and maybe this one. Okay, so 4 images, and I'll create a gallery, and I'll set the gallery, I'll set it into this one. So you see, I have this gallery of images or slideshow over here. Now once I have this slideshow, all what I need to do is, just do some few settings. Okay, so over here you can set how you want it to either fade in, slide in, or slide up, or whatever it is. Okay, and then the transition, you can put it over the background side. I'm gonna set it as cover, and then the background, I'm gonna make it center, and then I'm gonna use this Ken Burns effect. Okay, it makes it like it is a moving thing, right? And that is nice. So now that I have this one over here, I think I'm good to go. All what I need to do is to give it a background overlay, so that whatever I write on it, it's going to pop. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll give it a classic background type overlay, and I'm going to give it a color, darker color, like this, right? So whatever I write over here, if it is right, it's going to come in nice. So I'm just going to give it 0.6, yeah, and I think I'm good to go. Now I'm going to go to advanced over here, and then I'll unlink the padding and give it a top padding of 80, bottom of 80, right? So that I'll get some spaces at the bottom, and then at the top also. All right, so now I'm going to go back to the layout over here, and I'll center, justify content, and then I also align items, right? And then I will let me still come back to the layout, and then over here, the width over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to reduce it a little bit to, like, let's say 900, so that everything I write will be in the center. All right, so what is written over here? We have this particular one: building with precision, designing with vision. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, and then I will click on add element, this particular one, and I'm going to search for, under the basic, I'll search for heading over here. So I'm going to drag a heading widget inside this one, and I'm going to put this one in it. So this is how it's going to be like. And then I'll go to style over here, and then change the typography to the typography that we are using. So I'm going to come over here, and I'm going to set it to Poppins. Okay, and I'm going to just make it like 75, something like this. Change this one to maybe either black or extra bold. Okay, so let me just make it bold, extra bold over here, and then make this one maybe 65. All right, and then yeah, so once we are over here, what do I do again? I'll center this one, I'll center it, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this one to white. Okay, and the same typography, I'll click on it, and I'll come down height over here, and I'll make it like 85, so that there's going to be space over here. But let's look at this one. This one looks a little bit bigger, more than what we have over here, right? So of course you can make it like a 75, and then if it's behaves this way, all what we need to do is to just, okay, so first of all, let me just click over here and see how this one is. So I'm just going to expand the width of the container. Okay, so instead of 900, I'm going to make it 1000, right? So as you can see, it looks good. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the typography, click on this one, and this one I'll make it 95, right, so that there's going to be space over here. All right, so now we have this one set up, we have this one done correctly. Now the next one is the text over here. Okay, so what does the text say? It says that from architecture to construction, Ackline delivers projects that stand the test of time. So I'm going to come over here and then click on add element, and I'm going to drag in a text editor underneath this one. I'm going to paste this one in it. I'll come over here, put it in the middle, come here, change this one to, let's say, Lato. Okay, and then change this one to 18, and yeah, I'll change this one to white also. All right, so now all what I need to do is to bring my buttons over here. Okay, so for that one also, I'm gonna click this one, and I'll bring a container inside this one because my buttons are 2. I want to put the containers inside this one, and I'll come here and reduce the container width a little bit. So I'm gonna make it like maybe 60. Yeah, 60 is quite all right. And I'll center in everything, and then inside this container, okay, so what I'll do is I'll also give a padding of 0, and then inside this container I'm gonna drag in a button also in it. Okay, so it's gonna be like this, and then what does this one say? It says view project, and then get a code. So over here I'm going to say view project, and you have to style it. Okay, so we're gonna style it and then make it sure that everything looks great. All right guys, so we have to style this one and make sure that everything looks exactly just like this one over here. So we're gonna go over here and then change the color first of all. So I'm gonna pick the color from the palette over here, and as you can see, we have this color over here. So I don't know why this one is behaving that way, but I'm assuming that something is glitchy or something like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to assume that this is the color that I'm picking. Okay, and then first of all, I'll come over here and change this one. I'm going to change this one to Poppins. Okay, and make this one either 17, and quite okay. I'm gonna go over here to padding over here, unlink the padding over here, and I'm gonna make this one the top I'm gonna make it 20, the bottom also I'll make it 20, this place I'm gonna make it 30, and this place also I'm gonna make it 30. So something like this, right? And the border radius I'm gonna give it a 0 over here because I don't want any border radius over here. And what I'm going to do is, because I'm going to give this one how do you call it, let's say a border, okay, border type over here, I'm going to give it a border over here. So what I'll do is I'll give this one also a border, right? So I'm going to come over here and give it a border of maybe 1. Okay, and what I'll do is I'll just make sure that this border type doesn't have any color, right? But if it's going to have a color, then it should have a color just like this. Okay, so you're not going to see any difference in it. All right, so now that I have this one done, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just come over here and duplicate this one. Now remember, you see when I duplicate, it comes underneath this one. So what we'll do is we're going to click on this container. So click on this icon over here, come to the layout of the container, and the direction over here, okay, the direction over here, we're going to select row horizontal. So click over here and it will change to this one. So this will only happen on desktop, But if you go to mobile and then you want to also change it, you can also change it. So now that we have this one, we're gonna come over here, and instead of view project, okay, we say get a code. So let's just write get a code. All right, and we can link it to the code if we already have the code. So this one, we can just go ahead and link it to the code page. All right, this is it. And this one also, we can go ahead and link it to the project page. So let's go to project. Okay, so this is it. So let's go back to this particular button over here. So we're gonna click the pencil icon or the pen icon over here, and let's go into details what this button should do. First of all, we want the text color to be white, so we're gonna just go ahead and make it white. We want the background color, nothing, we don't want any background color over there. Okay, and then the border type also, we want it to be white. Okay, so just like that. All right, so now that we have everything set up correctly, now we can go ahead and click on publish. So I want us to view it on the front end so we can see what is happening. So I'm going to go over here and refresh the website to see if you see the color is there. Everything is showing perfectly well the way we want it. So I don't know why it is behaving like this way, but I will still try and then refresh this one over here to see why Elementor is giving me this problem. If it doesn't solve, then I'm just going to go ahead and assume the color that I choose is the color that I choose, because on the front end everything shows fine over there. All right, it still shows the same thing over here. So I'm just going to assume that, you know, the color I chose is the color that comes over here. Now let's look at this particular one. You see, when you hover on it, you see the kind of animation that you know, we get over here. All right, so we're gonna do the same thing over here. So I'm gonna come over here, go to, you know, style over here. I'm gonna go to style and then hover. Okay, so when you hover on it, we want hover animation, right? So I'm going to use this nice animation which I call it Bob, and when you hover on it, this is how it's going to be like, right? So I'm going to go over here also and then click on hover, and we're going to search for the Bob animation. All right, so this is how it's going to behave. Okay, so now that we have our hero section done successfully, what we have to do is to also do this 3 feature sessions over here. Okay, so how do we do this one? It's also very simple. We're gonna go over here and then we're going to pick you know, let me see. Okay, so how many are there? 1, 2, 3, right? So what I'll do is I'm gonna pick just one over here. Okay, I'm gonna pick one over here, and over here okay, so instead of the box, I'm gonna make it full width. Okay, and then inside this full width, I'm gonna drop 3 different containers in it. So first one is this one. I'll duplicate this one to make it 3. So I'm going to duplicate it 1, 2, 3, right? Now let's go to the main container. Okay, so I'm going to change the direction so that the items in it will be showing row horizontal. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, right? So we have this one over here. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the advance of the main container, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it you know, 0. Yeah, 0. I want the padding to be 0, so I don't want any padding anywhere. Okay, and then also I'm gonna come to the layout, and the gaps in it, I'm also going to remove it to make it 0. Okay, so now I don't have any gaps, I don't have any padding, Now everything looks the way I want it. All right, so let's start designing it one by one. So we have this one, we have this one, and then we have this one. So inside this container, I'm gonna click here and I'll give it a pattern of, let's say, maybe 40 all round. Okay, yeah, 40 all round. And then I'll give it a color. So I'll go to style, go to background type, choose this one, and I'm gonna give it a color of, yeah, so let me give it this one. Okay, I'm gonna give it this color. And then when we go to this place also, I'm gonna give it also the same thing. Go over here, check, make it a 40%, 40 padding. Come over here, let's go over here, give it, a color of this one, right? You see it's still showing blue over here, but don't worry, so far as on the front end it's showing the correct color. I'm okay with it. I'm going to come over here also, give it 40 over here, come to the layout, and then just go to the style over here, give it a color, and I'm going to give it this particular color over here. So we have these three colors over here. Now inside this one we want to put a box in it. So we have a box icon or a box image box you can put in it. So let me just put this image box inside this one. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, and then I want to show it like this, right? So just like this one, and I want to put it in the middle like this. Okay, so something like this. All right, so now that I have this one done, now I'm going to go to content over here, and then over here we have to add our icons. Okay, so we have to make sure that we get our icons and we add them. So I'm going to just copy the icons over here. I'm going to save those icons over here. I don't have it, so I'm just going to okay, so I think I have those icons. Let me just go back, come over here, come here, come to arc line, scroll down. Still don't have those icons. Okay, I don't have the icons over here, so I'm just going to save them, come here, save this one also, save it, come here, save this one also, and save it. So when I come over here and I go to this one, I have these three icons over here, and I can just put them inside this, upload them inside the website, and we can use it. Okay, all right, so I'm going to use this one. That is the first one over here. So how is it done? So as you can see over here, this one looks rounded, right? And this one looks kind of like a square. Okay, so how are we going to make sure that this one is done? Now before that, let me just copy everything that I have over here, so I can be able to use it, and then I wouldn't be going back and forth again. So over here, I'm just going to remove this one, cut it, come over here, paste it over here, right? And then let's go over here, and I'm gonna go straight to content over here, and with the content, I'm gonna come over here, change this one to pop-ins. Okay, and then give it like an 18. Let's see. Okay, so maybe 18 or 20. Okay, so 20, and then yeah, so 20, and yeah, I think 20 is fine. Now let's come over here, and I'm going to change this one to this one. Let me try and then see. Yeah, so at the moment I click on this one, you see that the color now comes. Okay, so let's come over here and let me click on it. So you see it was just being stubborn, right? So let me click on this one, and you see the color is now showing in well the way we want it. So it's just how kind of like just play around the whole thing, and then you see um you know how it's supposed to be done. I mean, it was it's not, this is not how it's supposed to be done, but I think it's kind of like a glitch or something, which I don't understand why it's showing that, because if I pick a color from the color palette, it doesn't have to change. Okay, so that is it. So now that we have this one, let me come click over here and then go to content over here, and then the typography, I'm going to change this one to, you know, a little bit white, and then come over here, pick the the lato over here, and then make this one like maybe 15, okay, or maybe 16, right? 16 is quite okay. And then let's go to image. With the image, we can increase the size a little bit to, like, let's say 50. Okay, it's gonna be something like this. 50 is gonna be something like this. And then with the border radius, I'm gonna make it 100. So as you can see, it gives us that kind of rounded kind of thing. Now let's go to the content again and go over here to the hover. See, when you hover on it, this is how it's behaving. But over here, when you hover on it, it gives you white. So with the hover, we're going to change the color to white over here. So as you can see, this is perfect. This is how we want it. Okay, so if you look at it very well, this is how it becomes. So this one is too big, so we're going to change the image. Okay, so let's go over here, and instead of 60, let's make it like a 40, right? So let's go over here and see. Yeah, even the 40, so even the 40 over here is still big. Okay, so what I'm going to do it over here is still move it to the 30, and yeah, this is quite okay. This is quite okay. All right, so now we have this one perfect. And now what we can do is we can just copy this one, paste it over here, just paste it, and then copy this one, paste it, and we can change all the words in this one. So as you can see, this is how it becomes, and we can change the words over here. So we're gonna come over here. What this one says, it says superior craftsmanship. I'm gonna copy it, just paste it over here, paste it over here, cut this one, put it over here, come over here and select this one. I'm gonna select this one. Yeah, so let's look at how this one also is behaving. Okay, so this one color should change. So let's go over here and pick, yeah, this one says what, white. Yeah, so it's white, so we're gonna go over here and change the color to white. Okay, let's pick white color, and as you can see, it looks great over here. This is how it's supposed to be. Okay, so great. So now let's go to the next one. The next one is also always available, so I'm gonna copy this one, put it over here, and then I'm gonna change this one and then make it always available. So yeah, so something like this, and then we will change the text over here, the image over here to online, or the call over here. All right, so as you can see, guys, we have done this also part exactly the way we want it. So I'm going to publish it. All right, so this is how it looks like. Let's go to the front end and refresh the website. And now we have this one also over here. So if you come over here, you see we have this one also over here. But let's refresh it and see what happens when we refresh, because I feel like we're gonna have some animation here. So as you can see, some animation comes over here. So we're gonna put animation on this whole container. Okay, so we're gonna come to advanced, and then we scroll down to motion effect, and we have this one over here which says entrance animation, and we're gonna say fade in. Okay, or fade in up, right? So it's gonna come like this. All right, so I'm gonna publish this one, and we are good to go. All right, so now that we have done this part, okay, it is left for us to do the next one, which is this beautiful one over here. So we're gonna go straight ahead and start creating that part also. All right, so we're going to create the next the next section over here. Now let's go over here and see how the next section looks like. So we have two column container over here, and this side have some few words with a button, and then this one also have an image. So we're going to create that one simple. So I'm going to go over here, pick you can either pick this one or you can pick this one and then do your magic. So I'm going to pick this one and then come over here, give it padding 80 pixel on the top, exhibit 80 pixel on the bottom, and I'm gonna come over here and then change this one to 80 20 1280 pixel for the width, and then here I'm gonna add two different containers inside it. So I'll duplicate the first one to make it 2, and then over here I'll change the direction column to row horizontal, so that it's going to be something like this. All right, so with the gaps over here, I'm going to make it 40. Yeah, so there will be some gaps over here. Okay, so now that I have this one over here, I'm going to put an image inside it. So I'll put an image of this particular image. So let's go and look for this image. Yeah, so this particular image over here, we're going to put this one over here. I'll go to this one, make sure the width is full over here, and then come over here, and then I'm going to make the border radius 14 pixel all around. Okay, so now that I have this one done, now what I'll do is I'll come here, I'll click on this edit container here, and then I'll justify everything in the center like this. So it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so I'm going to concentrate on the right hand side of the container over here. Okay, over here, what is inside? We have this one with this heading, and then some few text over here. So I'm going to click over here and I'll search for heading. Okay, so we're going to use the dual heading 1. So I'm going to go over here and then pick the dual heading 1. Okay, so I don't think that is what I used, because let me see. So let me hide this one. Let me see if that is exactly what I use. I want to be sure. So okay, so I'm not really sure that is what I use, but I'm gonna just play around it. I've really forgotten what I really used, but let me just go and see if I'll get a different heading. So let me pick this, either this one also, and check, because what I use is supposed to have, okay, not this one also. What I use is supposed to have some kind of like a background text. So I want to be sure before we go ahead. Okay, so it is basically this one. Okay, this is what I used. Okay, this particular one. So I'm going to just delete this one. I'm going to delete this one. we're gonna focus on this one. So this heading is what I use. So let's go over here and then look for the heading. And is it this one or this one? Oh, I've really forgotten, but I'm sure it's this one. So heading from, you know, oh yeah, so this particular heading over here, this is the one that it is written exit on it. So just look for heading and then look for kit, kit. Okay, so the one that is written element kit on it, so we're gonna use element kit. Okay, I said exit, sorry, kit. Okay, so this is the one that we are using, and we're gonna what we will be, yeah, so we're having this one, which is what we are going to use. So I'm going to come over here, paste this one over here, cut this one, and then come over here, click inside this one. You see where the curly brackets are? We're going to put this in it. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Now what we're going to do is we're going to have a shadow text over here, and we're going to let it come. So this shadow text, and you see inside this one we've written arc line. Okay, so that is a shadow text over the arc line. Okay, so I'm going to copy the arc line and then I'm going to put it over here. So as you can see, it's going to be arc line. And then the separator, I'm going to remove that separator. And then description, I'm going to turn it on. Okay, I'm going to turn description on. So as you can see, everything is falling in place. So with the description, what are we going to do? I'm going to copy this one, come over here and paste it over here. Okay, so let's see with the shadow text. Okay, this is it. All right, so let's go to the styling to style it up. So let's look at the title over here, and for the title we will be using this one. Let me just use the full black over here. And do we have hover on it? No, there's not going to be any hover. Okay, so the typography, we're going to go ahead and then choose Poppins. So we'll choose Poppins, and then we will choose maybe 55. So transforming spaces and whole lot. And then the weight, let's make it 700. Yep. And instead of the 55, I'm gonna make it 45. Okay, so something like this, right? And then the focus, I'll change the color to this color, right? And it's gonna be just like that. The hover also, we can make it the same color. Okay, so basically everything will be fine. And let's go to the text description. Also with that one, we're gonna use our normal this particular color over here. We're gonna choose this one, make it Lato, and we're gonna make it 18. Okay, and then we're gonna remove the margin. Yeah, with the shadows also. Okay, so we have top of this, that. Let's move this one and make it like maybe 35, and then to the left, so it's 18. I'm gonna make it like 25, somehow like this. And over here we can go ahead and change it to Poppins. Okay, and then the text color, what do we have? Yeah, so a text color, we can have our own color over here. And what we're going to do is we will lower it, something happens to this one, we're just going to give it somehow something low. Okay, so basically, everything is falling in place, everything is doing what we are supposed to do. I'm gonna come over here and then give this one 25, maybe 35. Okay, so 30, maybe 28. Yeah, so this is quite okay. All right, so this is quite okay. Now we are done with here, so the next step is for us to do this this what we have over here. So we're gonna go over here, click on this one, and then bring in another container inside this one, and inside this container we will bring two different things. So we're gonna bring the box icon. I'm gonna put this box icon over here, come over here, click on this one, change it to this. Yeah, this is quite okay. Let's see. So we have an icon over here, and we're going to change this one to what? To call. Okay, so call or phone. Okay, so I'm going to change it to phone like this. Okay, and I'll change this one to stack, so it's going to be something like, okay, and then this one will be contact. This will be contact, and this one will be an a telephone number. All right, so I'm gonna go over here and then go to the icon and change the icon to this, something like this, and the size I'm gonna make it like a 15 or maybe 30. Okay, so 15, 30 or 20. Yeah, so let's make it 25. Okay, and then the content over here, we're going to change this one to pins, and over here we're going to make it like an 18. Okay, and we change this color to this one over here, and with this one also we're going to change it to the lato, and we'll make it like 16, or let's make it an 18 also. No, 16 is quite okay. So even with this one, the 18 is too much, so make it also 16. So it's gonna be something like this, and with this one also we can change this one to this. Okay, so making it the way we want it. I don't want any hover over here, so I'll still make it the same color. Okay, so see how this one looks? Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to click on this one, going to click on this one on this container, and we come to the direction and then we make it row horizontal. So it's going to be something like this. Now let's click on this one, go to it advanced, give it a padding. So I'm going to give it a padding of, let's say, 25. So something like this, or I can give it a padding over here of 15. Unlink the padding, give the right padding of, let's say, 25, and then give the left also of 25. Okay, so it's gonna be something like this, and then I can scroll down to background over here, and as you can see we have a background for it. So we're gonna go pick the background color that we want. So let me pick this particular color over here. If I don't want it, I can still change it to a different color. Okay, so this color is okay for me, and I'm gonna go to style over here, or let me go to the background, same background over here, go to border. Okay, so I'm going to go to border, give it a border radius of 8. Okay, so something like this. So we have something like this. I can duplicate this one and make it 2, and then over here I'll change this one to email or envelope. Change this one to an envelope, and then I'll say our email. I will just say our email, change it to this way. So we're gonna have something like this, okay, which is quite okay. So over here, what I'll do is I'll click on this container icon over here, go to advanced, and then give it a padding of 0 over here, so that they all align together. All right, so we are done with this one. The next one is the code. Get a code. So we already have the button over here already. So what I'm going to do is let me just click over here to pick the color the way I want it. Also go over here. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just right click over here, click on copy, come over here, and yeah, so I'm going to just drop it inside this one, the main container over here, and we have this one ready to go, right? Yep. Let me go to it, style, go over here to border, yeah, click on it, and we are good to go. So instead of view project, we say what, get a code. And then over here we'll change it to the code page. Yeah, this one. Okay, so guys, as you can see, we are done with this one also, and we are good to go to the next stage, which is this particular one, as you see over here. So with this one also, we're going to pick what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pick this one over here. I'm going to copy this one, come over here, and then I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. Now what I'll do is, instead of 3 different containers, I'm going to make it just 2. Okay, so I'm going to delete let me see, this one and this one. All right, so I'm going to delete this particular one, this one, so it's going to be just 2, right? And let's look at how this one behaves. So this one is an icon, so basically we can't use this one. Okay, so we have to change it to an icon box, right? So we have to put an icon box over here, and let me just see if I copy this one and then I paste all over here. Yep, it's did. Okay, so I'm gonna just delete this one and come over here, go to here, and let me see. Yeah, so of course we have something like this. Okay, so now I'm gonna go to here and change the icon to something like somebody who is wearing a hat. So I'm gonna say maybe who okay, contractor. Okay, sometimes I forget the things I use, but I'm gonna go through it and I will let you know what to use. Don't worry. Okay guys, so what I did was I used engineer. So search for engineer over here and you're gonna get an engineer just like this. Okay, so engineer is what we used, and then over here we said 300. So just type in 300 over here, and this one is construction expert. So here is construction expert. Okay, so construction expert, and then this one is engineer, this one is 300. So let's go over here and let's go and then edit it well. So okay, so we're gonna use this one, and then when we go over here, change this one. Open is all right, but we'll increase the size to, like, let's say maybe 50, or 50 is too much. 40, 30, or maybe 28. Okay, so let's say 28, and then yeah, so 28 construction expert, and let's see, 300 construction expert, and then with the icon we're going to reduce the size a little bit. So let's try and then reduce the size. Let's try and reduce the size to like maybe 40. Okay, so 40 or 50. 40 or 50. So let's say 50. Yeah. And then icon spacing, you can space it. Content spacing also, you can decide to space it. So it all depends on you. With this one, we're going to change it to white. So I'm going to go over here and change this color to white. When you hover on it, it's supposed to change color for you. So this one will be white, and when you hover on it, that's where you want to get the color that you want. And the icon also will change it to this color. When you hover, it's supposed to change to white for you. Okay, so something like this, right? Now over here, I'll click on this one and change this one to this, and then I can come over here, click here. Okay, so even yeah, come over here, and then make sure that we have some padding. So I'm going to unlink the padding over here and give it a right padding of, let's say, 30. Okay, and then I can scroll down and give it a border, right? So I can give it a border, solid border, and the border is going to be on the right, which is 1, and I'm going to just give it something like this. So let's see. Yeah, so I'm going to give it a border, and I'm going to duplicate this one, and with this one I'm going to remove the border from it. So I'll come over here to border, and I'll make it a border of 0, and what I'll do is with this one I'm going to just come over here. Let me align everything at the center. Also with this one, come over here and let me align everything at the center like this. With this one is going to be a building, right? So we're gonna go over here, click over here, and let's say maybe building. So we're gonna use this one. Okay, and also it's gonna be 250 plus project. So 250 plus project, completed project, right? So yeah, I'll say completed project. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll click on this one, make sure that I'll center everything over here. So it's gonna be something like this. Okay, and if you like, you can increase the the gaps over here. So it's gonna be something like that. So as you can see, guys, this one looks great, but the only thing that we have is, you see, we have a background, and then with a background overlay. So I'm gonna just click on this one, go to style over here, pick an image background, because we have an image background. So let's say we're gonna pick, let me see. All right, so let's say we're gonna pick something like this as an image background. I'm gonna center everything, and I'm gonna just say no repeat, and everything should be covered. And then after that, I'll pick an overlay for it, and I'll pick a dark overlay, and then I'll increase the opacity. Okay, I'm gonna increase the opacity to, like, let's say 90 or 95.95. Okay, so 0.90 is quite okay. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. So I'm gonna delete this one also, and then what I'll do is I'll copy this one, paste it over here. I'll copy this one and also paste it over here, and then I'll click on this one. I'll make it a row horizontal and center everything, so it will be something like this. Now don't worry if you don't see it, will align everything perfectly for you. So we're gonna come over here, go to style, pick an image to be the background overlay. So let's look at the image that we picked over here. Yeah, so I see the image. So let me use this one or this one, whichever way is supposed to work. So I'm gonna pick this one, center everything, and then say no repeat. Come over here to cover. All right, so yeah, so I think everything is falling in place. Now we have the border, the background overlay. So we're gonna pick the color that we used, this particular color over here, and give it 0.90 over here. And let's come over here, change this one, the icon color, we're gonna change it to white. Okay, change it to white. The content color also, I'm gonna change this one to a darker color. Okay, the same applies to this one. I'm gonna change it to the darker color. And when you hover on it, it's gonna be white. So when you hover, this is supposed to be white. All right, so we're gonna come over here also, change icon to white. Now let me see, hover on the icon, it doesn't change. Okay, so icon to white, and then the content also, the color is supposed to be that black color that we picked, that black color that we picked. That is what we're going to use. And then the color also over here, we're going to pick that same darker color. All right, so when you hover on it, it's supposed to be white. Okay, so I think everything is, falling in place the way we want it, and everything is becoming how we want it. So what I can do is I can just make this thing a little bit darker. Let me come to the, oh shit. Okay, so what we are going to do is over here, instead of the overlay, that is I'm doing something wrong. So over here, yeah, so over here we can change this one. Okay, I'm still going to use this one. The only thing I can do is, let's say I will increase this one a little bit. Yep. Okay, so I think this one is quite okay. So I'll come over here, advanced, I'll unlink the padding over here, then give this one a padding of 80 at the top, and then maybe 80 at the bottom, and then come over here and also give it 80 at the top, I'll link this one, give it 80 at the top and 80, oh sorry, and 80 at the bottom, 40 here. Okay, so now everything looks great, everything looks perfect. So as you can see, this one looks also perfect. So the only thing we can also do to make everything perfect now is to change the motion effect. So I'm going to come over here to motion effect, change the entrance to left, and then this one also change the motion effect, change the entrance to right. And the main one over here, I'm going to remove it from the motion effect. Yes, so instead of this one, I'm going to say none. Okay, so let's publish it and see. Go to the front end to view and see how it looks like on the front end. So on the front end, we have just this one. Now let's go ahead and refresh the website to see how it looks like on the front end. All right, so we have this one, we have this one, and we have this one also. So guys, as you can see, everything is moving successfully the way we want it. Now what do we have left? We have this project showcase section. We have the service section over here. We have the environmental responsibility section over here. We have testimonials section over here. We have blog section, and then we have this one. So we're going to go through all of them one after the other, so you guys can be able to also do it the way you want it. Alright guys, so the next section that we're going to talk about is this particular section over here, which is the project showcase section. So over here we're going to showcase some projects that we have already done, and then we can be able to link it to different pages that we want users to go over to those pages. So let's go ahead and design this page. So first of all, we're going to come over here and I'm going to click select a container, one big container, and then inside this big container I'm going to go ahead and then give a padding on top 80, padding below also 80, and inside this one we'll make the width to be 1280, and then I'll change the style, that is the background color. I'm gonna go ahead and change it to let me see, this lighter background color over here. So that's exactly what we will be using. Okay, so now that we have the background and everything set up, and let's go ahead and then work within it. So we have one container over here, another container over here, and another container over here, and inside this one container we have this words over here. Inside this one container we have 1, 2, 3 different containers inside it, and inside this one also we have 1, 2, 3 different containers inside it. So that's exactly how we're going to create it. So I'll select 3 different containers, 1, 2, and then 3 different containers, and over here we will put our heading and other stuff over here. So we have this work, and then we have this words over here. So that's exactly how we're going to make it. So I'll come over here and then choose a divider. So I'm going to choose a divider over here, and then the element of the divider I'm going to just use a text element, and over here I'll say our works. Okay, so our works, just like we have it over here. So our work, right? So each other way will work. And then I'm just going to reduce the width of it to like 25 or so, 25. Let's make it 25, and I'll put it in the middle like this, and I'm going to go to style, and I'm going to change it to this. Okay, and I'll go to increase the width a little bit to like, let's say 4. Yeah, I'll come over here to the text color also. I'm going to change it to this. Okay, and then I also change this one to poppins, so I'm going to make it poppins. Okay, and then over here I'll make it 18 or maybe 20. Okay, so something like this. I'm sure it's going to work. So I'll work over here. I'll make this one capital, something like this, and I'm going to just go ahead and then reduce this one to maybe 2. Okay, so let's take a look at the okay. So let's just leave it at 4. Let's just leave it as 4, and then with the text we can increase the width a little bit to this one, so it's going to be something like this, right? All right, so now that we have this one also set up, now we're going to go ahead and copy this one. So I'm going to come over here and then come here, and if I like, I can just use this one over here, but I'm just going to use a heading. Okay, so I'll bring a heading inside this container and put this one over here, and then just align everything over here like this. And I'm going to change this one to poppins as well. So I'm going to change it to poppins and make this one like, let's say maybe 45. Okay, and yeah, I'll come here and change this one to sorry, change this one to this color also. So it's supposed to be black, so I'm gonna make it all black, just like that. And when you hover on it, that is when we have this accent color. So the normal will be this, and the hover should work. Oh, okay, so this is link hover, so it means that what we use is not just the heading. Let's go ahead and then use something like box. So we can use an icon box or an image box, so we can use something like this. And over here we can just remove this one, right? And then we can copy this one, bring it over here and paste it over here, and let's delete this one. And now let's concentrate on this one. So we're going to come over here and content, I'm going to change this one to poppins. Okay, so you see, sometimes I do forget things, so I'll make it like maybe 45. Okay, so 45, and I'm gonna make this one as black as it could be, and then the hover will be this color. So when you hover on it, it's going to be like this. Okay, and then the text also, it says what, explore our most innovative architectural blah blah blah. So we're gonna go over here and then paste the text over here, and then what we will do is we will go to content and change the text to what we want it to be. And we change this one to Lato. Okay, and then we will be able to change this one to, let's say, 18. Right, so I think now we have the top one done. Now we can focus on the rest. Okay, so with this one we can reduce this a little bit to, like, let's say 15 or maybe 20. Okay, so this one we are done, and we're going to focus on the project itself. So we have residential projects, we have commercial spaces, residential design, we have modern corporate headquarters, we have modern corporate headquarters also, we have this one. So you can just put anything that you want to put over here. All right, so I'm going to come over here, and as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, right? So I'm going to come over here, and inside this one I can put 1 over here, duplicate this one and duplicate this one, and then come here and change it to row horizontal like this. And over here I can make this one maybe 30 30 and then 40, or 25 25 50. Okay, so let's say 25, and then this one also will be 25, and then this one also will be 50. So it's going to be something like this. So 25 25 50, meaning that the whole container is 100%, and we are dividing it into 3. Okay, so 25 25 50, right? All right, so here we can look for box, and we can look for let me try and see if I can use this image box over here. Let's see how it looks like. So this is how it looks like. So as you can see, it looks perfectly like what we used over here, right here. So something similar is what we are looking for. Okay, so what I'll do is I'm going to come over here and then remove the pattern all around, right? And then over here, so at the moment you're able to style this one, you just copy and paste it all around. Okay, so that is exactly what. Let's look at how we did this one. So you can see we have commercial spaces, we have this one. So I'm just going to copy this one. So let's see. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this one, and let me look at it. Okay, so let me look at the body over here. I'm going to paste this one over here. I'll cut this one. I'll paste this one over here. So I'm going to have something like this, right? And then let me go to the body over here and see if there is a way we can be able to. Okay, so I'm going to come over here, body over here. Okay, so I want to align this one on the left like this, and to align the text on the left like this. So it's going to be something like this, right? Yeah. And then the image, let's go ahead and look for the image that we want to use. This particular image over here. So this image over here is what we used. Okay, so this image over here is what we use. So we're gonna go ahead and use that same image. All right, so let's go over here and see how it looks like. Okay, so I'm gonna go to style over here, and image border radius, I'm gonna give it a top of 14, and then the right also of 14. It's gonna be something like this. Okay, and then with the body also, we have the title spacing at the bottom, and let's look at the image also. Okay, so we don't have any image body at the bottom, so we're gonna come over here, and over here okay, so I'm gonna just unlink this one and just make this one like a 10. Okay, I don't know, the space over here I feel like it's too much, so I want to see if there is a way we can reduce that space here. So as you can see, it is all gone. All right, so I'll give it a top of 20, the left side of also 20, which is quite okay, and then the bottom of also 20, and then with the right side you can give it maybe a 10 or 20. Okay, so 20 all around is quite okay. So we have something like this, right? Now let's look at how the button will also look like. So if we can be able to add, let me go to content over here and then bottom over here. If we can be able to add an icon, then we are good to go. So the icon is an arrow. Let's look at this arrow over here. So we're going to add this arrow over here, and it's supposed to be after the explore. So instead of learn more, we're going to say explore. Okay, explore. All right, so let's go over here and go to buttons over here, and the text color, what are we using? We're using darker color. So we come over here. Okay, so let's change this one to the text color, and with the background, I feel like there is no background for it. Okay, with the border radius also there is none, and with the padding also there is none. So icon font size, you can change it to any font size that you want, and then you are good to go. So the only thing is the text color over here, we can just, when it hovers, it's supposed to be like this one, right? And over here also, when you hover on it, it's supposed to be that color that we want. So we're gonna come over here and go to the body, typography, title. Okay, so we're gonna go to the hover. When you hover, it's gonna have that kind of that color. Okay, so as you can see, guys, we have it set up over here, but the only thing that we have to also do is to give it the border. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and then I'll go to border, right? So I'll click over here, go to border. So remember, I'm applying the border on the container. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and look for border. Okay, so it's not over here, it's under style over here, border, and then I'm gonna give it a solid border, and I'm gonna give it maybe a 1, and then this one we're gonna give it this color. Okay, so when I apply the solid border, see how it becomes. It becomes something like this, right? You see this one is not nice. Okay, if you come over here and you see this one, it's not the way we want it, right? So this, every corner is what is really nice. Over here, you see we have this piercing corners over here. Okay, so we have to change it. So that is where the border radius also come in. So we can give it 14 around, and now see, everything looks perfect the way we want it. Okay, so with this, if you feel the color is too dark, you can make the opacity a little bit. Okay, you can reduce the opacity of the color. All right, so once this is done, I can just duplicate this whole thing, okay, and remove this one. So it's going to be something like this, right? And over here I can just change it. So this is residential, so we can change this one to the residential design, this particular one. So we can just copy this whole one, bring it over here, body, cut, paste. Okay, so guys, as you can see, we have the residential over here. Now the next one that we're going to do is also this one. Now remember, this one is quite different from the way we did this one. So with this one, we're gonna click over here and add 2 containers inside. Okay, so we're gonna add 2 different containers inside. We're gonna add one over here and we duplicate it. Now we want it to be side by side, not on top of each other. So we're gonna use the direction like this. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to the main container and then we're going to remove padding, right? So that there will be no padding. Okay, and then I'm going to bring this one so I can concentrate on this particular container. And with this particular container, what we're going to do is we're going to give it a background image. So with a background image, what background image is that? This one over here. We're going to use this particular image, and what we are going to do is we're going to go ahead and just make sure that the position is center. It have no no attachment, no repeat, and then it's cover. So it's going to be something like this, right? Yeah, so something like this is quite okay. And then what we will do is we'll just add different things also over here. Okay, so for us not to lose the image whilst there is nothing over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a spacer in between just inside this image. Okay, and then make it like, let's say 200 pixel, or maybe 400 pixel, or let's say 300 pixel. Yeah, and I want to put everything in the middle. Okay, so something like this, right? Yeah. All right, so now that we have this one set up, now we can go ahead, and with this one also we can work on the main container over here, and then give it a border over here. We're gonna give it solid border of 1, and we give it this border, also reduce the opacity a little bit, and then we give it a border radius of 14, so that we can have something like this, right? And then the main the inside container that we have the spacer, also we can go ahead and give it a left border radius. So with the border radius, we can give left 14, and then the top also 14, so that we have something like this. So as you can see, we have this one set up already. So now it is left for us to do the words over here. So it's also very simple to do. We can just bring anything that we want to bring over here. So what I'm going to do is just going to copy this one, and I'm going to paste it over here, and then I'll come to style over here, position it like this, go to 8 content, reduce this one to like maybe 18 or 20. Okay, and then yeah, so this one also can be like 16 or so, depending on how we did this ones. And with this one, I'm going to position it in the middle like this, so it should center. And then we're going to bring button also beneath it. So I'm going to bring a button. So I'm going to bring a button over here. So let's drag in this button and bring it over here. Okay, so now that we have this button over here, we're going to add an icon to it. So the icon will be an arrow. Okay, so what arrow is that? This particular one. and we insert, and it's supposed to be here. And then over here we say what do we say? The same explore. So explore, and then let's style the button. So we're gonna come over here to style, change the color. We will remove the color from it, and this one we're gonna make it the strongest text over here, and then we'll also remove the padding. Okay, yeah, so basically everything looks fine, everything looks perfect. We can go ahead and change this one to maybe poppins, and then the size should be maybe 12, 13, 14. Okay, and when you hover on it, I want it to change color. So the text color, I want it to be like this, and let me just give it, this bob animation. Yeah, so it's gonna be something like this, right? So I think this one is also done. Now that we've been able to do this one, now the only thing left for us to do is to just go ahead and duplicate this one. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this one, and then once we duplicate it, you see the direction over here, we want to change it to row reversed. Okay, so that is going to be something like this. So as you can see, we've reversed the row, so you can go ahead and edit this one fast. I'm not going to waste time over here. You can go ahead and edit it, and you get it done the way you want it. So then the next one is for us to do this side also. So I'm going to delete this one because we've already done this one. So as you can see, guys, we are done with this one very fast because we reversed the row, and I want you guys to go ahead and then insert all the other stuff that you have to insert in this one, and then we move on to the next one. So once you are done, just go ahead and click on publish, and we are good to go. All right, so let's take a look at how it looks like on the front end. Okay, so once over here, you see everything looks perfect, everything looks neat. We are good to go. So we are good to design the next page or the next section, which is the services section. So that one, everything has been done over here. So we can also just copy and paste and change colors and change some few things, and we are good to go. All right, guys, so what we are going to do over here is to design this services section over here. So most of the things have been done for us. All what we need to do is to just copy and paste, because if you look at over here, this section or this side over here is almost the same as this one, and then if you look at this side, is almost the same as these ones that you see over here. So we're just going to change colors, copy and paste, and then we are good to go, and then change some content and other stuff that we have to do. So I'm going to go to the front end of this one and click on edit with Elementor to start designing the other section of the home page. All right, so once we're over here, we're going to scroll down to where we want to design it. So it is just beneath this one. Okay, so that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to take a container over here, and then we change the background of that container, and we put in all these things inside. So I'm going to pick a container right here. I'm going to pick this particular container over here. Let's see how this one. So this is a full width container, or like a container over here, and then inside this container we have this container, and then this container which houses the heading, and then the other widgets also over here. So that's exactly what we're going to do. So it's more or less like three different one container. Inside it we have two different containers inside. So we're gonna go over here, and this is the first container that we have. I'm gonna change this one to 1280 pixel, and then I'll go to it advanced. I'll link the padding, and then I'll unlink the padding, and then I'll give it 80 at the top, and then 80 pixel at the bottom. Now I'm going to go to style of this one, and I'm going to give it a background type over here, and the background type I'm going to give is the strongest text that I'm going to give. Of course, you can decide to change it to any text that you want, depending on how you want it. Okay, so I'm gonna give it this strongest text over here, and yeah, so this particular one over here, and then inside this one I'm gonna give it two different containers. So the first container is what we are going to copy this whole thing inside. So if I like, I can decide to even delete this one and come over here and copy this main container, or this container over here, and come over here, and I'll paste the container. Okay, so as you can see, this is how it's gonna be like. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just change the colors. Okay, so if you come over here, this color is static, but if you come over here, this one is white, and this one is also white. So that is exactly what I'm going to do. So I'll pick this particular widget over here, the image box widget, and I'm going to go to its style, go to its content, and then change this one and make it white. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. And this one also, I'm going to make it white, just like this. Okay, so now we can have exactly what we have over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this one. I'm going to copy it, come over here and change this one, make it something like let me just go over here, click on copy, come over here and paste, right click and paste. Okay, so it's gonna be something oh sorry, this is not what I wanted. I wanted this one. Okay, and then over here is I'm gonna copy this one also, come over here and just paste it over here, paste this one also over here. So it's gonna be something like this, and all what I will do is I'll just click over here, go to it, advanced, and I'm going to, or if I like, I can come over here and then reduce the width a little bit. So I'm going to reduce the width to something like 60. Okay, so let me say 60, just like this, and I'll come over here and I'll position everything in the middle in the layout section. So go over here, and it's going to be something like this. And this one is supposed to be services, okay, not work over here. The divider is supposed to be our services. So it's going to be our services, just like this one, just like this one over here. And the width of the divider, I'm going to increase it a little bit, so something like this. So as you can see, we have this one also over here, and if I like, I can even increase the content. Instead of 45, I can make it like 55, depending on how I want it. And then the width over here, I can increase it to like 60. Oh sorry, 60, which is not really good, so I can make it like 70, something like this, right? So this is perfect for me. And below this one, there's also this containers over here. So what I'll also do is I can come over here, and then all I will do is I'll just copy this main container over here. So I'll copy this container, come over here, and then I can scroll down. Come over here, I can scroll down over here. Okay, and then I'll just paste it inside this main container. So as you can see, this is how it's going to be like. And all what I'll do is I'll just delete this one, and then duplicate this one and make it 3, right? I'll delete this one also, and then I'll delete this one also, and make it 3 different containers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it in the middle, right? So I'm going to just align them in the middle like this. Okay, so it's going to be something like this. So as you can see, this is how it's really going to be like. So this container is going to be, let's say, 33. This one will also be 33, so that they are going to be the same size. This one will also be 33. So basically something like this, right? Now it is 4 different containers, so we can make it 25, 25, 25. All right, so I can go over here and duplicate this one also. So it's gonna be something like this, right? And all of them will be 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and the last one will also be 25. Okay, so something like this. Now what we're going to do is we're just going to click over here and change the style. Okay, so we go to the body over here, and then we scroll down, and then the typography, we have to change the title kind of color over here to white. Okay, you change it to white, and this one also you change it to also white. So I'm going to change this one also to somehow this kind of like grayish color over here, and the button also I will change it to this color, right? So I'll change it to this color, and it's gonna be something like this. Now when you hover on it, this is how it's gonna be like. So if I like, I'll just copy this one, paste style. Okay, paste style, paste style also over here, and then paste style also over here. And as you can see, we are good to do. All what we need to do is to change the content. So this is what construction management. Okay, so this is construction management. So I'm gonna copy this one, come over here, and go to this place, go to its content, and go to it body, and here I'm gonna put in the construction management over there. So I'll right click over here, and I'll say paste construction management. The same thing applies to this one, architectural design. So I'll copy this one, come over here, come here, go to the body, and then change this one and click on paste architectural design. This one is what, renovation. So I'm gonna copy this one, come over here, go to this side, go to the body, right click over here and click on paste. And I'm gonna go over here to engineering services. I also pick this one, copy it, come over here, click here, and then what I'll do is also paste this one over here. So now I have all my services. All what I need to do is to change the images and then the words underneath, and then link them to the respective pages that we want. So over here we have this image. We have this image over here, so we're gonna pick this particular image. Over here also we have this architectural design image, so we're gonna pick the architectural design image, this one. Let's go to the next one. Also this, we will have to pick the renovation image, this particular one. So we're gonna go over here, change it, and then go ahead and pick the renovation, this particular one, select it, go to this side also, and what we're going to do is we're going to pick also engineering. So we will come to this side, choose engineering. Where is engineering? Let me see. Okay, this one. Okay, so this particular one over here, we're going to choose this one also, and it's going to be something like this, right? Yeah, so everything should fall in place the way we want it, just that some of these things are not showing the way we want it. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that everything is of the same height. Okay, so of course we can do so as easily as possible. All right guys, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to this main container that houses this 4 containers, and then what we will do is make sure that you put the items at the start. Okay, so we're going to put it at the start, and then so that all of them is going to be at the start over here, and then it's going to be in line over here. Okay, so as you can see, all of them are in line over here. But if you look at this particular container, you see that this particular container house have this kind of border around it. Okay, so that's exactly what we want to achieve also over here. So we're gonna go to each container over here, and what we will do is we'll put a border around the container. So I'm gonna go to border over here, and you see we have a border around it already. So what I'll do is I'm gonna change this one to kind of like a lighter or grayish kind of color like this, or whitish kind of color like this, and it's gonna be something like this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna come over here, copy this one, come over here. Let's say I'm gonna paste style over here, and let me also paste style over here. Okay, and let me also paste style over here, right? Paste style over here. Now you see that because these ones are not really the same, it makes it very difficult to align very well. So as you can see over here, it's not really the same, right? Everything is a mess. So you can tweak the container a little bit. So the ones that you feel like they should go down, of course you can go ahead and then give it a padding over here. So you can give it a padding of, let's say 20 for it to go down. The same way applies to this one. You can go ahead, give it a padding of 20 for it to also go down. Okay, so something like this, right? So this one goes down a little bit, this one needs to also go down a little bit. This one is almost the same, so we also have to give this one a padding. Go over here and give it a padding of maybe 20 for it to also go down. So let's see. So you see these ones are okay a little bit. So 20 20 20 is okay a little bit, but this one is not that good that we want. So what we can do is we can reduce the content so that all of them if possible can be on the same line if you want it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and see what this one will be. So I'll go to its body over here, and then I'm going to go to the typography of the title over here, click over here, and it's on default, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just give it let's say poppins. Okay, give it poppins, and let's say I'm going to give it like a 20 or maybe an 18. Okay, so if I give it an 18 and I expand it, see that they are all in the same line over here, right? Now I'm going to give all of them 18 18 18. So I can quickly go ahead and just copy this one, paste style, copy paste style over here. Okay, copy this paste style also over here, and then also paste style also over here, so that all the words they are going to be roughly the same. So as you can see, this is how all of them looks like on the front end. Now what I want is I want spaces to be at the bottom of each and every one, so that there's going to be a little bit space. So I'm going to give a space of, let's say, just unlink this button, a space of 20. This one also should have a bottom space of padding of 20. This one also is supposed to also have a bottom padding of 20, and this one will also have a bottom padding of 20. All right, so let's just check it and see. And as you can see, all of them looks clean and neat. And now we can go ahead and click on publish. Now make sure that you link all these ones to the respective pages. Now how do you link it? Just click on this one, go to its content over here, and you see we have enable link over here. You can enable it or go to the button, because that is where we want to link it. And then the URL over here, just pick the service that you are talking about, construction. You can just copy its link and then come and paste it over here. Okay, do same for all of them and you're good to go. Now when you're done, just click on publish over here to publish it. All right, so now that we've published it, now we are good to go to work on the next one, which is this particular section over here. So this section also over here, let's see, it is similar to this particular one, just that it is in reverse, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to copy the other section and come and put it over here and delete some of the things in it. Okay, so that is exactly what we are going to do. So let's go over here and go to the top. Okay, and I'm gonna come over here, copy this one, scroll down, come over here and paste it over here. All right, so now that I have this one done, now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to delete this one. Okay, so I have this one. Now I have the outline already embedded in it already. Now what I'll do is I'll just change this one. So I'll copy this, I'll copy this one, come over here and click over here, and then I'll just remove this one and paste this one inside. I'll also come over here and just copy the best practices. Okay, go over here and inside the curly bracket, what I'll do is I'll remove it and paste this one also in it. Now I'm gonna come over here and just copy this whole description, copy it, and come over here and also go to the title description over here, and I'm gonna select or paste this one also in it. So we're gonna have something like this, right? Okay, so now that we have this one, now what you can see is that this is a little bit smaller than this one, right? So of course we can go to a style and then reduce the sizes. Okay, so the text, instead of 45, you can make it like a 35. Okay, depending on how you want it. So 35 or 40, depending on how you want it. So let me just make it like a 40. Okay, and yeah, 40 is quite okay. And let's see, and the title over here also, I'm gonna give it this particular black color over here. Okay, the same thing applies to the focus title. You can of course change everything over there, but of course when you change the main title, it applies to all of them. And you can also reduce the size of this container. Okay, so you can reduce the size of this container to make it fit really well. So let's say 1200, okay, or maybe 1180, just like the way it was. But I'm gonna just leave it like this. And what I will do is over here, I want two different buttons over here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just copy put a container over here. So I'm gonna put a container over here and put this inside this container, and I'm going to click over here and then go to advanced and give it a padding of 0, and then go to its layout and then give it a direction row horizontal, and I'll come over here and duplicate this one so it's going to be side by side. And what do we have here? We have this learn more over here. So this is sustainability report, so we can copy this one, go over here and put it inside this one. So it's gonna be something like this. So let's see, it's a capital, so we're gonna change this one, change the text transform, we're gonna make it uppercase, so it's gonna be something like this, right? And then this one also is gonna be learn more, so we'll say learn more. Okay, and of course you can link it to any place, so I'm gonna link it to the about page, so that people will click over there and then they're gonna get the about page. And then I'll add an icon to it, so I'll say maybe arrow. I want a corner arrow kind of this particular one over here, and I'm going to insert it, and I want it to be at the front. Okay, and then I'll give it a space a little bit, so something like this. I'm going to go to a style, and then this is where I change everything. So over here I'm going to give it a padding of 0, 0 all around. Okay, so I'll link this one so that it's going to be a pattern of 0 all around. Okay, so what again should I do? I'll come over here and remove the color from it, and this particular color, I'll choose this one and then what do I do? Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and position everything. Okay, so I'll position everything at the center just like this, and I'll still go over here and go to solid border. Say I don't want any border over here, right? So I think yeah, it's quite okay now. The only thing I need to do is to just bolden this one a little bit. All right, so now I'm good to go. As you can see, it looks great. It looks just similar to this one over here. Okay, it looks just similar to this one over here. The only thing we have to also do is to switch size, right? So this one, the image is here. This one, the image is here. So we want to switch the size of the sides, okay, of the image. So I'm gonna go to here, click on this 6 dots over here, and the direction over here I'm going to say row reversed. Okay, so it's going to be something like this, and this image I want to change it to this particular image. So I'm going to go over here and search for that particular image, and we are going to use that particular image. So it's this particular image, and we're going to use it over here. So as you can see, we have our sustainability reports, or sustainability or environmental friendly section done so fast. So I'm going to click on publish over here to publish whatever we've done. So anytime you do something, make sure that you publish it, and then it's going to publish. So I'm going to come over here, scroll down to the next section over here, and we have our testimonials section. Okay, so our testimonials section, also we can get some testimonials done easily, and then we have our blog and a call to action, and then we are good to go. So we only have 3 sections more to do, and then we are done with the home page. Now once we are done with the home page, I'm not going to go ahead to design all the other pages for you. The idea that you have on this particular home page to be able to design all the other pages also for you. So I'm going to go over here and come over here, and then just create a container. So I'm going to create one big container that will house all the other ones. So I'm going to go over here and go to it advanced, click on unlink padding to give it a top padding of, unlink the padding and give it a top padding of 80, bottom padding of also 80. Now I'm going to go to style, and I want to change the color. Okay, so I will just give it this particular color over here. So this one is quite okay, so similar to this one. Let's see. Let's use this one, and let me just use this one. Yeah, so this one is what we are looking for. And then let me go to the layout, and let me see how this layout. Okay, so I'm gonna just leave the layout as it is, the size as it is, and what we're going to do is we're going to have the same kind of thing that we have on top over here. Okay, so we're going to come over here and then copy this whole thing. So I'm going to copy this one, copy it, come here and paste it here. All right, so what do we have over here? It says our testimonials or testimonials. So over here, instead of our work, we're going to say testimonials, right? And we're going to come over here, and then this one says what our clients say. So I'll copy this one, come over here and change this one to what our clients say. Come over here, copy this one and change this one also to hear from businesses and individuals who have experienced our exceptional service. So this is where our testimonials goes. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and sorry, let me just add or duplicate this container over here, and then what I'll do is I'm just going to delete what is in it. Okay, so I have a container over here, and then inside this container I'm going to put in the testimonials over here. So testimonials, let's see what I used. So this particular one over here, I'm gonna just I don't really remember what I used, but I'm gonna test it and see if it is okay. Whether this one, this one, this one, or this one. So whichever way, let's see how it goes. All right, let me see this one. Let's see this one. So there are different testimonials that you can use. Okay. Okay, let's see this one also. Okay, so I'm gonna just pick a different one. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and then see. Sometimes I do forget the things that I use. Let me just use this business review to see if, oh, this is from Google, so it's not supposed to work. Testimonials, so let me use this one also and see. All right, so I'm gonna just try it and see which one I used. All right, guys, so this is not also what I used, so I'm gonna just delete this one, and then I'll still search for testimonials. So I realized that this is exactly what I used, this particular one over here from Element Kit. So this is what I used, and I think I used this particular one over here, this particular testimonials over here. So this is the one that I use, and I'm going to go over here to the testimonials, and as you can see, this 1 2 3, and I'm going to just you know, scroll down, go to settings over here, and I'm going to just remove the autoplay from it, and what I wanted to show is to show 3, and yeah, so something like this. Right now, if I have more than 3, I can just use the auto play, and then it's gonna show. So this is exactly what I used over here, and I'm gonna go ahead and then go to the testimonials also over here and do some settings over here. So over here, when we scroll down, let's scroll down and go to the testimonial side. We have this color, and then this one, and then we have somebody called Sarah who gave us a testimonial. Okay, so that's exactly what we will do. So let's go over here and then just do some few settings over here to make sure that, so what you want to do is you want to go over here and put the name over here. So this was Sarah Martinez, so you go over here and then put Sarah Martinez. Okay, so Martinez as in MAR. Okay, and then he's a CEO, tech innovative solution. So over here we say maybe CEO tech innovative solution, innovative solutions, right? All right, so and then over here we put all the words over here. So outline, transform, blah 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 over here. So you can just type in whatever thing that you want to type in over here. So says outline, transforms. All right, so we can go ahead and put this one over here. So outline, transform, blah 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 over here. So this is how it looks like. Okay, so and then we can add a picture also over here. So the client logo and all those things, you can be able to go ahead and then add their picture. So if you have a Martinez picture, you can go ahead and then add her picture. So this for the theme. Let's see if I can just save this image. All right, so review, and then review. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and go to our client over here and then just copy all the review images into it. So this is Sarah over here, and we're gonna just select Sarah. So as you can see, Sarah is selected over here, and that is Sarah. So I can just go ahead and delete all these three, and just duplicate them, making it 3 over here. So you see, so all what I need to do is to just, you know, change the image and then the title and all those things, and we are good to go. So let's see, this guy over here is second, so you can change the name and all those things. I'm not going to do that. So I just want to show you how you can be able to do this so easily. All right, so this 1 2 3 over here. Now you can go ahead and style you know, the text and all those things over here. So you can, you know, decide to change this one, change this one's, you know, go ahead and change everything that you want to change. So the ratings over here, we're gonna give it this particular color because we want it to blend inside with our colors. The quote also, we're gonna give it this particular color because we want it to blend, and we can, you know, just make the color opacity, you know, as it is. And then also the client, also we can go ahead and, you know, client name color, you can choose the strongest color that we are using, and when you hover, what happen, this will happen. Okay, the same thing applies to the designation also. So we can choose the strongest text that we are using, and when you hover on it, you're gonna have this one also. So it's gonna be something like this. Yeah, so basically like that. And then when it comes to this one also, we can choose the strongest text. So let's look at the description also. We can choose the strongest text for the description, and then the typography, we can choose the Lato that we are using. So we're gonna use the Lato, and we can give it like a 16 or something like that, anything that fits what we want. And then even with a client also, the designation, we can you know, change this one to Lato, and then, you know, make it like a 12. Yeah, so something like that. And the client name logo, we can change it to Poppins, and also make it like you know, maybe an 18 or 16. Yeah, 16 is quite okay. So this is basically how this side also. Change all the things that you have to change, and you are good to go. Now the next one is our blog also. So over here we need to have our blog page and all those things set up. So what we're going to do is I'm still going to come over here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and duplicate this one. I'm going to duplicate this particular one over here, and then inside this one, and the style over here, I will change the background to pure white like this. And then over here, which is the testimonials, I'm gonna just delete this one. Okay, so I have something like this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this one, and then I'll delete what is inside here. So I have this particular container working for me. All right, so now that I have this one, so what I'm going to do is I will say blog innovative showcase blah blah blah. So I'm going to copy this one, come over here, come here and paste this one over here, come here, copy this one also, come here and paste it also over here. Okay, and then over here I'll say our blog. Okay, so I'll copy this one, and instead of testimonial I'll say our blog. All right, so this is how it's going to be like. Okay, so basically all what we need to do is to put the blog over here. Okay, so what do we do? So I'm going to come over here and go to blog. Okay, so of course you can put in, this is a post grid, this is a post timeline, this is a post basic post, and this is a blog post. So let's try and use this one and see. So this is our blog. So the blog style, you can go ahead and then choose the grid. So it's gonna be something like this, and then you know, you can show everything that you want to show over here. Now before we can be able to edit it to make it nicer like this, let's try our best to create one particular post. So let's create one post and then we use it to you know create a blog. So I'm going to come over here, copy this blog post title, go to the dashboard, and then go to where it says post, click on all posts, and this is the only post that we have, and that is why this is the one showing hello world. So we're gonna delete or trash this one, and go inside the trash and also delete it. So I'll delete it permanently, and then I'll click on add post over here. So I'm going to add one post, so I'll paste the post title over here just like this one, and what I will do is I'll just copy everything copy everything up to here. Okay, just copy it, come back over here, and then inside where it says type or choose a blog, I'll just post and paste everything over here. So I'm done with my blog post. All what I need to do is to set a featured image for my blog post. So to do that, I'm going to come over here. The featured image is this particular image over here. Okay, so this one over here. So I'm going to come to post, and the post says set featured image, click on it, and then we can go ahead and use this particular image over here and then set it. Okay, now of course, after creating a blog and all those things, you need to make sure that you pick a category also for it. So if you don't have a category, see this one says our blog, so it's under that our blog category. So all what you need to do is to just, you know, pick a name for your category, and over here we're going to add a category, and category name, we say our blog. Is it a parent category? We just leave it as it is, and we add the category. So once it is added, we can go ahead and then, you know, see this is added over here. We can go ahead and then click on publish to publish our blog post. So once it is published, then we can come over here, and I'm going to publish this one, and then refresh the this page. Okay, so that the changes that we made will be able to reflect. So I'm going to refresh it. All right guys, so once we have refreshed the website, what we're going to do is we're going to scroll down. Just scroll down over here, and then you see now it is showing over here, right? So now we have to go ahead and then edit this particular one. So I'm going to come over here. Let's see how this one looks like, the blog post looks like. So if you come over here, it looks very simple over here, just the title, the learn more over here, and then the image. Okay, that's exactly how we're going to make it. So we come over here, and then metadata over here, show meta, we say no, don't show any meta. The layout over here, show featured image correct, show title correct, show content, we say no, show read more, we say yes. So this is exactly how we want it. Show post per page, per row we say 3 over here, so it's going to be 1 2 3. Okay, so basically that is it. So once we are done over here, let's see how this one looks like. Okay, so once we are done over here, okay, let me see. Once we're done over here, I think what we have to do is to go ahead and then go to a style over here. So with a style, we have to make sure that we style it well. So the wrapper, which is this particular one, the background, we can decide to change the background to white background. Let's see. Yeah, this is white. It is just pure white background. And then what again, container border radius is still there. So I'm gonna come over here, come down and then go to title over here, and with the title I'm gonna give it poppins and poppins, and over here I'm gonna say maybe 20 or maybe 18. Okay, let me just leave it as 18. And then the color over here, I'm going to choose the strongest color over here. So this particular one over here. So as you can see, so 18 is quite too big, so I'm going to just make it, yeah, so something like this is quite okay. Something like this is quite okay. So 16 is quite okay. And then you know, the alignment and all those things you can decide to do. Now let's go to the button over here. Also with the button color, what we're going to do is we're going to just change the padding, okay, to 0, and the typography, we're going to come over here and make it poppins, and then we're going to make it like you know, 15, and then go over here, make it like this one, change it to uppercase. Okay, so let me change it to 500 over here, and yeah, and then the text color, I'm gonna leave it as this one, just like this one, and then the background type also, I'm gonna remove this one out over here. So it's gonna be, you know, something like this. So hover also, so you can give a hover type, you know, hover and all those things. When somebody hover on it, what is going to be like. So when you hover, this is how it's going to be like. But over here, when I hover, I want it to be something like this. So when you hover, I want it to be something like this, which is quite okay. Of course, you can see when you hover, this is how it looks like. You can make it anyhow you want it, depends on how you really want it. And then over here, let me go to the featured image also over here. So with this one, there's no padding and all those kind of stuff, but let's go over here to the wrapper itself and the container padding. Let me see, let me just remove. So this is how it becomes, okay, with a container padding. So I'm going to just let it be like that, and let's go to the image over here, and with the image also, let's see if there is a padding over here. So we remove the padding, and it's gonna be like this. Okay, so it's gonna be like this, and let's see how it looks like. If it is okay, then we are good to go. So as you can see, this is how it looks like. It looks something like this. Okay, and then what we did was we use you know, kind of a border around it. Okay, so we're gonna come over here, and the border radius, I'm gonna remove the border radius, and I'll still use top 14, right also 14. So it's gonna be something like this, right? And yeah, we have it like this. Now let's go to the how do you call it, the main wrapper itself. Okay, so with the wrapper itself, we have a border type which is solid like this, and we also have border radius, which I'm going to remove it and we'll make it bottom 14, or no, top. Okay, so I'll make it top 14 all around. Okay, so I'm gonna make it 14 all around, and let's go to the border type. Okay, so this is the border type. We say solid and we give it 1, and then over here I'm gonna just use this particular one over here, and I'm gonna reduce the opacity to something like this, and it's gonna be something like this, right? So as you can see, guys, we are getting something similar to this one over here. Okay, so now any post that we create, it's gonna come over here. Okay, so we are done with this one. Also, we can go ahead and click on publish also over here. Now the last one that we're going to do is to create this one. Now I'm not going to create post for it to show over here. I want you to create your own post, and then it's gonna, all the 3 posts or whatever post that you create, the first 3 will come over here. Okay, but let's move ahead because of time. Let's move ahead to conclude and everything with this particular page. So over here we want to design this side. So what I want to do is I want to go back to the top and see if I can have this particular one. I'm gonna copy it and scroll down and paste it over here. Okay, it is similar to what I want, just that this one have a whatever background. So this one says what, ready for blah blah blah. So over here I'll just put in, I can even just delete this one, delete. Okay, let me just come over here and copy this one and then paste it over here, and then delete this one. So this one will say, I'll copy this one and then I'm gonna paste it over here. So it says what, ready for blah blah blah, and this one says what, copy this one, come here, and this one says exploring all those things. And over here it says view project, get a code. This one says get a code, contact us. So of course you can just change this one to get a code, and then we link it to the quote. Okay, we can link it to the quote page, and then this one says contact us. So contact us, and it's having an arrow, right? So we can just give it an arrow. We can give it an arrow over here. So this is the arrow, the right angle arrow, and it's gonna be something like this, and we can just just space it a little bit, or maybe something like this. So instead of quote link, it will say contact link over here. So we're gonna pick the contact link. So over here we can just go ahead, click over here and reduce this a little bit. So I'm gonna just reduce it to like 600, something like this. And this one I'm gonna come to style, content, and I'll come over here and increase the size a little bit to like 65, and then over here we'll just say 75. So it's gonna be something like this. All right, so at the background, we don't want it to be a slider, we want it to be just, so I'm going to just delete clear and come over here and pick an image for it. So I'm going to pick just one image, so maybe yeah, something that fits in what we want. Okay, so let me just pick this image and then use it over here. Okay, so of course you can change it the way you want it, and then over here position, we're gonna say center, fixed, and then repeat, no repeat. The cover, we will say the display size, you say cover, so it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so you see this one is not showing the way we want it because it is 60%, right? So let's remove it and make it just full 100% over here. And as you can see, everything fitting correctly over here. So now we can go ahead and publish this one. And now let's look at how it looks at on the front end whilst we are done with everything. So this is how it looks like on the front end, and everything looks perfectly the way we want it. All right, so guys, as you can see, we are really done over here. The only thing for us to do is to for me to show you is to convert this one to mobile responsive. Now after creating your page, you have to make sure that you convert the page to a mobile responsive page. So mobile and tablet responsive. So you see these tabs over here. This is desktop, this is tablet, this is what mobile. Okay, so we're gonna click over here, and you see everything looks not really good on tablet. So make sure that you arrange it and make it nicely. I mean, arranging this is all about changing the size. Okay, so over here we go to a style over here, and then we click on typography. You see that this is what on tablet mode. Now you can change the size to 55 to fit in very well. I'm going to make it 45. Okay, and this one also you can also change it to 1.4, which is okay, and you are good to go. Now of course you can also come over here and then reduce the minimum height. Okay, you can reduce the minimum height to, let's say, 450, which is quite okay, or you can even make it 500 depending on how you want it. So 500 is also quite okay. So make sure that everything fits in very well. Over here also you can also reduce the sizes. Okay, so when you click on this one, you can go to advanced over here. Instead of 40, you can make it 20, right? The same thing over here. Click on the scope, change everything, content, change it. Instead of 20, you can make it like maybe 14, and then when you go to the description, instead of 16, you can make it 12. Okay, so something like this will fit in the way you want it. So over here I'm gonna just copy this one, and I'm gonna paste style over here. So it's gonna be something like this. The same thing applies to this one also. I'll come over here, go to content over here, and then over here I'll change it to 16 or 14. Come to the description, I'll change it to 12. So as you can see, this is how it's gonna be like. Now of course you can also do it anyhow you want it, depending on how you want everything to be like. Okay, so just make sure that you align it or assign it or whatever it is the way you want it. Okay, so make sure that everything fits in the way you want it, and you are good to go. So this, and then over here also we can come here, make it 20, come here, make it also 20. So as you can see, this is how it looks like, right? Yes. Okay, so very professional, and it fits in very well, and you're good to go. So over here also you have to reduce the sizes. If you want it to fit very well, then you need to reduce the sizes. Of course you can decide to come over here and change it like this. Okay, and then go to it advanced, unlink the padding, give it a top of 40, bottom of 40, right and left of 20. So 20 over here and then 20 at the left. And if you feel this is okay for you, go ahead and then be changing the sizes, the text sizes and all those things. So 30, okay, it's okay. And text description, you can go ahead and change it to maybe 14, okay, depending on how you want it. So let's say 16, okay, and do everything to fit in the other side of it. So over here also it doesn't fit in well, so over here we're going to change this one to let's say 25 all around. The same thing applies to this one also. I'm going to change it to 25 all around. And with this one we will just reduce the icon size. So the icon size will be 30. The content size also, the title, instead of 28, we're gonna make it an 18. The other one, which is the description, instead of this one we can make it like a 12. Okay, so just make sure that everything fits in very well. So over here also, the icon, we're gonna make it like a 30. Here, over here we make it 18. Over here we also make it 12. So we do same for this one also. We do same for this one also. This one will also be 30. Content over here 18. And then we go to the typography for the description, we say 12. We do same for this one also. We come to this place, icon 30, content 18 and 12. All right, so as you can see, everything fits very well. Now let's go to this side also. Over here we can just make it a little bit bigger, but we can go here and reduce the text also a little bit the way we want it. So I'm gonna make it like a 16 this way. This one also, content, I'm gonna make this typography like a 30. Okay, 30 is quite okay. The description also, instead of 18, I'm gonna make it 14. Okay, and we can also adjust everything over here the way we want it. So button, body, let's go to body first. Let's go to the typography of the title. So we're gonna come over here, change this one to Poppins, change this one to, instead of 18, instead of whatever it is, we're gonna change it to 16. Okay, and the description also Lato, and we make it 14. And the button also make it Poppins, and then we're gonna make it 14 or maybe 12. Okay, so 12 is quite okay. And of course we can go ahead and copy this one, paste style, paste style, paste style also over here, paste style also over here, and over here also we can reduce the size of the content and everything. So instead of 20 we can make it 16, and then the description also, instead of 16 we can make it 14. So we copy this one, and then we paste style also over here. And with this one also, we can reduce it to any size that we want. So you can say maybe 12, and we do same for this one also. You see also 12. All right, so guys, as you can see, everything is, you know, fitting in perfectly well. So you can do same for all these ones over here. Okay, so because of time, I'm not gonna go ahead to do all of them, but I've shown you how you can be able to do so with this one. Now when you finish, you go to the mobile also aspect, and then make sure that you arrange it the way it's supposed to also be arranged. So with this one also, we come over here and then reduce the size a little bit. So just reduce the size. So this one I'm going to make it 28. This one also I'm going to reduce the size to 12. And then with this one, I'll come here, also change the size to 14. Change the size also to 14. So it's gonna be something like this, right? Now over here, I'll come here, and what I'll do is I'll go to advanced, unlink the padding, and I'm gonna give all round of 20. Okay, so everywhere is gonna be 20. So it's gonna be something like this. Okay, so then this one, I'll come here and I'll give a gap of 10. Okay, and inside this one, I want this one to be the same. So I'm gonna come here. You see this padding over here. I'm just gonna give it 15 all around. So I'll give it 15 all around. Same thing applies to this one. I'll come here and give it 15 all around. 15 all around. So it's gonna be something like this. So this is quite okay for mobile. And with this one, I will increase it to, let's say, 35 or 30. Okay, so 28 is quite okay. 28 is quite okay. So what I'll do is I'll click here, and reduce this one to 400. Okay, so 400 or 450 will quite be okay. So of course, with this one, it's not going to be perfect the way you want it. So make sure that you put everything in the middle like this. Okay, put everything in the middle like this, and you're gonna have something like this. With the you know, with the border around it, you can go ahead. Oh, let me go to this particular. You can go ahead and increase it to like maybe 25 or 30, depending on how you want it, and go ahead and even change the image size. Okay, so instead of you can make it like a 30 or maybe 20. Yeah, so it depends on you how you want it. So you could just come over here and paste style over here, also paste style over here. So it's gonna be like this, and over here also we can make it around of 30. The same thing over here also, you can make it around of 30. Now over here, we're gonna come over here, go to style, go to content, and with this one we're gonna change it to this. Okay, so that we can be able to have something like this. So guys, as you can see, this looks great, looks a little bit fine. With this one also, we can reduce the size of the typography. Instead of 30, we can make it 28 or even 25. So it's gonna be something like this. You can change the description also. Instead of 16, just make it 12 or 14. Okay, depending on how you want it. So this one also, of course, you can reduce it and make it nice the way you want it. So I'm gonna make it like this, and I'm gonna reduce the icon a little bit to like 18, I'm also going to reduce the content. I'm going to also reduce the content also a little bit to like the title. I'm going to make it like 14, and the rest I'll do same for it. So we're going to make sure that we change the size of the numbers also. So for that one, let me check and see content description over here, and we can either make it like a 14 or something. Yeah, and then we can also do same. We can just copy here and then paste style over here, and it's gonna be almost the same. And then what we can do is we can just change it this way, and we have it that way. Okay, so this is also very good. We can even unlink the padding over here, so that it's all going to be very good. Now if you like, you can decide to make it smaller so that they will all be on the same line, but I prefer this way. Okay, this one is quite okay. Now I'm going to copy this style over here, and I'm going to bring it on this button, right? So I'll paste style over here, so it's going to be a little bit smaller. All right, so now that I have this one also done, I can go for it to also edit this side also. So for this side, what I need is, I don't need it to, I don't really, if I like, I want it to be on the same line, so I can just decide to reduce the content a little bit. So I'll just make this one maybe 18, and then just reduce this text a little bit to like maybe 14. Go over here and reduce this one also from 12 to like maybe 10. Do the same thing for this one also. Go over here, reduce this one to, let's say, 18. Go over here, reduce this one also 14 to 14, and then go over here and also reduce this one also to like maybe 10. All right, so let's also come to the main container itself, this particular container that houses this one, and come over here, and then the gap over here, I'm going to reduce it to 20. And now I want it to be on the same line, so it's supposed to be on the same line, unless maybe, okay, so let me go over here and see if I could just change this one to like 15. So still it didn't. So let me see why. Because this and this is supposed to be on the same line, and if it can't, then we have to make it just this way. So I want to know the reason why it's not really working. So I'm gonna go over here, come over here, put it over here, start it over here. So let me also reduce this one and make it like a 0 and see. Okay, like 5. Oh, okay, so it means that the space over here is not that big, right? So we just need to so if I make it 10, it will still shift down. So let me go to the advanced over here and make this one 10. Yeah, and then I'll just unlink the pattern over here and make the top 20 and make the bottom also 20, so there'll be more spaces over here. Okay, so now I want to go over here also, instead of 10, let me say maybe 15. Yeah, so that there'll be more space also over here. So this is quite okay. So we're gonna do the same thing also. So this is 20, 10, and this is 15. Okay, so I'm gonna come over here and then also make this one, unlink the pattern, make the top 20, the right hand 10, bottom 20, left hand 10. All right, so let me go inside this one after the other. Okay, let me also go here, and I'm gonna make it like a 15. And let me go inside this one after the other. I'm gonna go to the style, go to icon, and I'll change this one to maybe 15 or 18, and I'll go over here, change the typography from 18 to 14. Okay, and I'll do same for this one also. So I'm gonna come to icon, change this one to 18, go over here, change this one to 14, and then come down over here, change this one to 10. Go over here also, come down, change this one to also 10. So as you can see, it's working perfectly over here. So this is how this side will also be, and then we can also adjust this side also. So you can do whatever adjustment that you want to adjust also for this particular one. Okay, so let me just leave it as 4 and go over here and make this one 50. Okay, so you can adjust everything also over here, make sure that everything is correct, and you do same for this one also. So I'm going to come over here, go over here, go to content, go to title, and this one I'm going to make it 30. All right, so come over here to description, and with this one I'm going to make it 14. So as you can see, it looks great over here. And then with this one also, let me just let it come over here, come here, and reduce the text to maybe 14. Okay, so basically, you know, make sure you do everything, adjust it the way you want it, and then everything will be fine for you. Yeah, so 40, so I'm gonna make it 28, and let's go to the description. This one is 18, I'm gonna make it 14. Okay, so you know, adjust everything the way you want it, and if everything is look good for you, you can go ahead and publish it. So I'm gonna make this one also 30 and change the rem or the em to 1.5 em, and also reduce the minimum height a little bit, so it's gonna be something like this, and go to its advanced over here, and I'll unlink the padding and make it all 20 all around. So basically, you know, just adjust everything. The blog also, you adjust, just keep on adjusting to suit whatever you want, and everything is going to be fine for you. Okay, so as you can see, this one also looks good. For this one, we also have to just adjust it. So I'm gonna come over here, go to it, content, come here, make it 30. Okay, and with this one also, we can increase this one. Let me go over here. Reduce this one to 18. Or maybe 14. Okay, so I'm gonna reduce it to 16. We come over here and then increase this one also over here. So this is also very good. Everything looks perfect over here, and if you think you know, everything is fine, you can just go ahead and publish it. So you see, we have already made the, you know, the website mobile responsive. So if you refresh the website, make sure that you refresh it, see to all the other, you know, all the other side, and see that everything looks great, everything looks fine over here. Okay, and then you can also check it on mobile side also. So I can right click and go to inspect, and I can be able to check it on you know, the mobile side. So this is how it looks on mobile. As you can see, everything looks great over here, okay, on mobile. Okay, so basically everything looks great, everything looks perfect, and this is how you can be able to create a very well designed construction website for yourself. Now this video has been long and I'm not going to design all the other pages for you. I've given you the tips and tricks to be able to design all the other pages. Okay, so if you're able to design this page, then all the other pages, which is the about, the services, and all those pages, will be very easy for you to be able to design. So I'll end this tutorial over here, and thank you for watching. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. Like I said, if you need the full template over here, you can go to templateseller.com. okay, just go to templateseller.com and then go ahead and get a template over there. So we have the outline construction template over here. You can go ahead and purchase this construction template for yourself. We also have Echo having, that is an e-commerce website that sell only eco products, environmental friendly products. Okay, over here we also have Active Pulse, which is for fitness and all those things. We have a lot of them. We have university website template, we have cleaning website template. You can go ahead, check it out, and if they are okay for you, you can go ahead and get them and use it for your website. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Please don't forget to like and subscribe to this channel so that we can grow together. Now it's been a long time I uploaded video, and this video I hope it's gonna go far. Thank you for watching. See you in the next video. Bye bye.